Okay, and we're live. We need to finish this debate. We are not even halfway through. Right about halfway, I guess. So I was just like before I started streaming, I was taking a look at some of these comments, and they're interesting. They're interesting. Kid Sam, let him have a turn. Ethan, let him talk. Real time gaslighting. Ella, like just a lot of people putting up noises, really not contributing anything. But Hasan called Ethan a Zionist, so how can we trust Hasan's judgment when he makes these statements? Like basically just a lot of people being sad and mad that Ethan Klein is getting criticized. Um, so yeah, let's continue this debate. Wait, let's take a look at some of the comments down here. Someone recommended getting a moderator for Friday, and I 100% agree. The debate for Friday definitely gives me the same kind of anxiety I felt as a kid. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Tomorrow's going to be a mess. I still like at the back of my mind, I feel like it's not going to happen. Um, Before we get into this, so Hasan made a point, and he's like, if Ethan brings on Destiny or Dan Saltman, I'm I can't be in the conversation with Ethan Klein anymore because they are banned from Twitch, and I can't stream with a banned Twitch streamer because it's considered ban evasion. And I know Ethan is like, oh no, of course Hasan isn't going to say, like, of course we're not going to bring someone on. But the funny thing is that the fan base, is now encouraging Destiny to come on. They're like, why can't Hasan just not stream and then react to it after the fact? Like, they're now encouraging Ethan to actually bring on Destiny or Dan Saltman. Like, we'll look at more of these comments later on, but the cope is actually insane here. Basically trying to be like, oh, Sam Seder's a hypocrite. Sam Seder sucks. Ethan Klein actually destroyed him. It's pretty funny. But anyway, let's just finish up this debate. So I did listen to the end of it, but I never actually finished the entire thing. Ethan is scrambling now that Sam Seder disagreed with him. His plans are spoiled. He was genuinely shook that Sam Seder didn't agree with him. So, full disclosure, I did listen to the rest of this. I haven't watched it. And I know a lot of people were talking about how Ethan was like getting texts from Hila while he was like in a conversation with Sam. So it'd be interesting to. I'm looking forward to actually watching it.
Members of Kufi have positive feelings towards it.
Oh yeah, so where we ended it was Sam Seder was calling out Ethan Klein for his disingenuous and downright.
Let me see. Wait. How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian
outright dangerous conflation of Zionism with anti-Semitism? Because once again, if you are saying that if you are saying that all Jews are represented by the actions of Israel, then that is going to encourage like hate crimes on Jewish people. You're conflating all Jews with a rogue state. There's a reason why hate crimes on Japanese people were increased during World War II, and hate crimes against Asian people were increased from during COVID. There was like that's a conflation that happens, and it should be, if you have a show and if you have a big platform, it should be on you to try to separate that and be like, no, the actions of Israel don't represent the will and the intent of Jewish Americans. That's not something that's true. But Ethan Klein doesn't like to be criticized for supporting Israel. And so Ethan Klein says, oh, if you're criticizing me, you must be doing it because I'm Jewish. So he uses his Jewishness as a shield to defend the actions of Israel. Yeah, we're at the dog walker park. We're at the dog walker part, which I think is so funny how Ethan just I don't know why he misrepresented what Hasan said, where Hasan said dog catcher, and then Ethan's like, you're not even fit to be a dog walker. It's like, okay, one's a job and the other thing's just like an action that you do.
way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about.
So it's so funny, right? Because Sam rightly identifies that Hasan's talking about basically Zionist tendencies, basically positive feelings about the state of Israel in its current form of an ethnostate and also genocide. That's what Hasan's saying. And I think you can even make the case that he's specifically talking about positive feelings towards Israel as it's doing a genocide. And Sam rightly calls that out. Ethan takes it to mean at any point in your life, if you've ever like had a positive idea about Israel, then you should be ostracized. Which, first of all, like once again, as Sam astutely points out, that isn't an even if that's what Hasan said, even if he said anyone who's ever had a single positive thought about Israel deserves to go to prison for the rest of their lives. We are now doing thought policing on people. Even if that's true, that's not anti-Semitic. As Sam points out, there's tons of non-Jewish people and groups of non-Jewish groups of people that support Israel as part of their identity as well. It's not just Jewish people that have a vested interest in the continuation of the ethnostate of Israel. But Ethan can't really get that through his head because it's like challenge, try not to center yourself, level impossible for Ethan Klein in this conversation.
This.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel.
He literally never said at any point. I mean, once again, if you want to recap, just quote him. He said, if you've ever had any positive feelings about the state of Israel, didn't say at any point. And that's pretty different, right? If you say, if you've ever had positive feelings about that, if you've ever had any positive feelings about the state of Israel, that can still be underneath the context of an ongoing genocide. But Ethan says, if you've had positive feelings at any point, trying to imply that Hasan's meaning was in your entire life, which I think is hilarious. It's like, yeah, Hasan wants to put little children in jail that are told children's stories about how great Israel is.
Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
So I'm not Jewish. Who knows? Maybe I'm ethnically Jewish, but I'm not culturally Jewish. I had positive feelings about the state of Israel because growing up in school, learning about Israel, they're like, oh yeah, and then they had the 6-day war where Israel fought against all of its neighbors, and even though they were outnumbered and everyone thought Israel was going to lose, they won, and they took over all of this land, and then out of the kindness of their heart, they gave the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, and they pulled out of Gaza, and they pulled their settlements out of Gaza, and they let them live peacefully side by side. I'm like, wow, Israel's so humanitarian, and they're so cool. They're like the ultimate underdogs. I had every American going through the American school system has had positive feelings about the state of Israel based off of how the history of Israel is taught. And Ethan trying to turn this into like an anti-Semitic thing just once again is using anti-Semitism as a weapon against pro-Palestinian content creators, and it's also centering himself. Like, he can't get out of his own way.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really...
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says, if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you...
He literally doesn't say that.
Like, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel.
He said at any point in your life, Sam.
I love how Ethan tries to keep bringing up at any point in your life, when he quite literally did not say that. You can say, he said, if you've ever had positive feelings about it, and once again, as Sam points out, Hasan's clearly talking about the context of Israel's genocide.
Just to be clear about what he said.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's
so weird to see someone on the H3 podcast take a clip from Hasan and be like, yeah, I know exactly what he's saying, and then accurately like re-describe what Hasan said without any kind of emotional attachment to it or twisting it in any way. It's so weird. It's really like worlds are colliding. It's like, okay, this is what I watch when I'm not hate watching and when I'm not just seeing the kind of shit that Ethan and his lackeys are getting up to today. This is what I watch just to be like myself. I watch Majority Report, and then the Majority Report collides with the H3 podcast, and they're like, dude, you have a completely skewed view of the world. And Ethan's like, no, you have a skewed view of the world.
Very difficult for me to, understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation.
Yeah, let's go over this logic chain. So Ethan reads a poll that says the majority of Jews have positive feelings toward the state of Israel, and I don't think that poll exists. Sam said, I've read a poll where they say American Jews have strong feelings towards Israel. They have strong emotional ties towards Israel. That doesn't mean it's positive feelings. That doesn't mean they support what they're doing in Gaza. That doesn't mean they support Israel as an ethnostate. That just means they have an attachment to the state of Israel. And why wouldn't you? If you go to a place for 2 weeks during your formative years when you're like 18 to 25 or whatever, why wouldn't you have a positive attachment towards that place? I'm sure they have great memories there. They might even have family there. Ethan says, well, the majority of Jews have positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And Hasan says, if anyone's had positive feelings towards the state of Israel, then they should be ostracized. Then Ethan says, that's completely anti-Semitic. But once again, that's ignoring the fact that there's like hundreds of thousands of other people besides American Jews that also have positive feelings towards the state of Israel, namely our very Catholic former president and our, I don't know, like atheist current president is Donald Trump. He's like a hedonist, our hedonist current president. It's like, if you want to say I'm anti-America, or you say like death to America, that's anti-Semitic. You could say that because there's a lot of American Jews, and the majority of American Jews are living in America. And so if you say death to America, that's anti-Semitic. But there's countless other groups that are also affected by that statement, and it falls under the umbrella of death to America, just like Jews are one part of the umbrella of Zionism, as Sam is going to point out here.
I think is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, that this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating what he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show Sam, 4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. Well, you don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you wanted
and by the way, it's easy, and I appreciate that you can.
It's like, why did Ethan bring Sam on? That's what we have to ask ourselves. And obviously, I'm being a little facetious. I know the answer. The reason Ethan brought Sam on, specifically before he wanted to talk to Hasan, he specifically said, I want to bring Ethan on, and then we can get to the final boss, Hasan. He brought him on because he thought Sam would agree with his positions on Israel. He said it countless times. I don't even think my position with Sam is that different. And now he's confronted with Sam calling out his bullshit at every turn, and he doesn't know where to go from here. So he's like, okay, well, like, stop criticizing me. Can't we find common ground and criticize Hasan together? And it's Sam's like just cutting his legs out from underneath him because his premises are false. His premises that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism is completely false, and Sam's picking him apart. And so he really doesn't know what to do now.
Hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredible.
Oh my God. H3 fans are literally like dogs, where if you have your tone of voice a little bit harsh, their tails go between their legs and they start like whimpering. It's like, I saw so many comments being like, Sam's so angry because of he was way angrier in this conversation than he was in the Jubilee. I think Ethan really riled him up. It's like, are you guys listening to what Sam's saying, or are you just picking up off of his tone of voice? It's really, like, I'm not expecting much from their fan base, but I don't know, like being like, Sam was angry. That's something I didn't expect them to complain about.
Incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete.
Okay, I'm pausing it a lot, but Ethan's argument right now is, if you make fun of people for being fascist, that's dehumanizing. Okay, I mean, you were the one that was like, you should have assaulted that guy you saw dressed up as a Nazi. And you are also someone that has said in the past, I can empathize with people that call the IDF terrorists. So then why wouldn't you want to excise people that support the IDF from public life? Like, your big reason for hating Hasan is apparently because he supports terrorism. So why wouldn't you have the same views on people that support the IDF? They support terrorism just as much. Like, you have said in the past that you can see that argument, but now you can't see the argument. I mean, it's just every single thing that comes out of his mouth is a double standard on this. They were disappointed Ethan wasn't actually concerned with hearing Sam out. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see the chat. Maybe I'll let the chat play a little bit while we watch this.
This characterization of
it's
that.
not. He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel? How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not
describes most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know. What do
belief.
you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical
Jews.
people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
and so you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who.
Why is he shouting, Sam need to lower his voice? Is this a conversation? Oh my god. Wait, that's a terrible take. I'm confused by Sam's point. Like, how are they confused? He can't say it any more clearly than what he is, than how he's doing it right now.
You gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about it,
I disagree with you.
but I'm using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I
this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well
It's dangerous for
on that.
Jews.
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
I think
Like, Ethan's basically being like, okay, well, if you're discriminating against an entire religious group of people, what would you call that? And it's like, okay, so you're saying that Hasan's discriminating against an entire group of conservative Jews, conservative Christians, and conservative non-Christians that are just like pro-American imperialism. So he's discriminating against all of these different groups of people. You can't really call that anti-Semitism at that point. Like, what is it? The Swiss Army knife of discrimination? You have your anti-Semitism blade. You have your anti-evangelical Christianity screwdriver. You have your anti-American imperialism like bottle opener. Like, what the fuck is Ethan talking about? This isn't anti-Semitism. Like, sure, you can say, like, Ethan's basically making the argument, Hasan is anti-fascist, but American Jews are fascist, and so that's actually mean to American Jews. It's like, dude, that's mean to American Jews. You saying American Jews are fascist is actually anti-Semitic right there. To say that the majority of American Jews are fascist is fucking crazy. That's all Hasan is saying. And so if you're saying that, oh, that's anti-Semitic, Hasan, what are you doing then?
frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what is happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous to.
Bro, Ethan actually can't understand what Sam's saying. Like, he keeps trying to agree with him or summarize his position so that he can move on to the next thing. But he actually has no idea what Sam's talking about.
Of thought about this.
So, right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with people, it starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here?
He's not talking about Jews.
It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
Bro, it's actually crazy to say that 73% of American Jews support Israel as an ethnostate and support their expansion, which is what Ethan's trying to do right now. That's what Hasan's talking about when he talks about Zionists, people that support the genocide and also support the ethnostate of Israel, and are basically like, no, we can't give Arabs equal rights as Jews or as Arab Jews. That's what Hasan says. And Ethan's taking a poll that said, do you have emotional ties to Israel? And then extrapolating that to say they are Zionists. If you have an emotional tie to Israel, that means you support the ethnostate of Israel. And we know Ethan supports the ethnostate of Israel. He's literally just talking about himself. Like, it's so gross. And I mean, he said to Hasan like a year ago, who are you to talk about my entire group, my entire ethnic group? who the fuck are you to talk about your entire ethnic group? You don't know shit, bro. You don't even know the study that you're supposedly citing to show that Hasan's being anti-Semitic. Like, why don't you bring up the study and then we can actually have a conversation? Otherwise, you're just doing anti-Semitism to try to defend your own feelings. You're like, well, you can't criticize me because if you criticize me, my position is the same as all Jews, and so if you criticize me, then you're being anti-Semitic. It's crazy.
Said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not, because we have millions upon millions of members of CUFI. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have?
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had?
It was his father's friend. He didn't say his father said something to him. It was his father's friend that went to his kid's bar mitzvah, his daughter's bat mitzvah, and then after October 7th, when Sam spoke publicly about this, he asked Sam, are you anti-Semitic? And Sam's like, what are you talking about? You know I'm a practicing Jew. Like, why would I be anti-Semitic? Oh yeah, it's because he criticized Israel. And that's part of the conversation that Ethan's ignoring, where a lot of Zionists are trying to define Jewishness as support for the state of Israel, and if you speak out publicly against its actions, you get excommunicated. That's a sad reality, and Ethan is perpetuating this fact. I mean, he had someone in his chat calling Sam a capo. How do you get more how do you get more accused of being a fake Jew than being called a capo? It's like Ethan will use Jewishness and then he'll discard people's Jewishness when it doesn't suit his purposes. And I don't know how, there's not a better example of using, attributing Jewishness to someone when you need to and stripping away Jewishness from someone when it doesn't suit your purposes. There's not a much better definition of anti-Semitism than that. It's actually just crazy, man. The fact that he'll completely overlook Sam being criticized for that, and then he'll do the same thing as what people are doing to Sam, where they're like, you're not Jewish enough. And then he does that same thing. He calls him a token Jew. People in his chat are calling him a capo or a self-hating Jew. And then he has the nerve to be like, oh, well, it's just two Jewish guys duking it out. Like, go fuck yourself.
Positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of I support them, but
I think positive feelings. I went to Israel
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's
that is
literally what he said. I'll play it again.
No.
I think this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of
just Ethan. So Hasan does go after Ethan, and he's like, you changed what I said from dog catcher to dog walker. And there is something to be said about that. When Ethan says, you're not even fit to walk a dog, that's what he means as dehumanizing. But what does Hasan really say? Hasan really said, you're not fit to be the local dog catcher. That is a position in society. And Hasan says, you should not be part of society. He's not saying you're dehumanized and you can't even do basic human functions, which is the slight wordplay that Ethan Klein is doing. Ethan Klein changes it from the local dog catcher to you're not fit to walk a dog. So at one point it's you're part of society as the local dog catcher, and Hasan saying you are not fit to be part of society because society should ostracize you for your horrific beliefs. And when Ethan changes what Hasan says, he says that it's dehumanizing. So like Hasan never said any dehumanizing language, but Ethan changes it. He changes one word, and then off that word he changes like some other things. But that one word change that Ethan does turns it from getting ostracized from society to being dehumanized.
Like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hasan does this.
Listen,
he plays around with the term Zionists, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well.
Oh yeah, okay, you're right. That is a it's like a common saying too. Ethan's obviously never heard of it. And I also do just like the idea of like, you're not fit to be a dog walker.
Listen, I don't think they're neo-Nazis not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The thing is this: if Ethan wanted to present the summation of Hasan's points, then why is he hyper-fixating on the one wording? Like, why is he hyper-fixating on the wording that Hasan chose, right? Ethan's like, no, he literally said at any point during your life, if you express positive feelings towards Israel, you're not fit to be a dog walker. And it's like, that. First of all, you're changing what Hasan said. And second of all, when Sam Seder points out, well, that's probably hyperbole, and I agree with the sentiment of Hasan's statement, Ethan's like, well, no, it's actually a summation of his work. Well, if it's a summation of his work, sum up his work, sum up his rhetoric, sum up his effective message to Sam, and be like, this is Hasan's effective message. Do you agree with that? And then Sam can be like, oh, well, if you're saying that's his effective message, then no, I don't really agree with it. Or he could be like, well, I do kind of agree with it, and I think this is where you're misunderstanding it. And then you can have a conversation. But right now, they're just having this like pedantic back and forth over the specific wording of the clip. And Sam's like, well, I think based off of the wording of this clip, he obviously did hyperbole, but I understand the core message of what he's putting out there. And Ethan's like, well, based off of this wording of the clip, then that gives a total summation. Like, Ethan wants to have it both ways. He wants to say, off of this hyper specific wording of a 30-second clip, that means Hasan is bad. But also, it's a summation of his entire content that he's put out there. Well, if it's a summation of the entire content, then the wording is irrelevant. Correct, Ethan? Because Sam points out that, yeah, he did hyperbole, but I understand his core message. And then Ethan's like, well, actually, you need to focus on the pedantic verbiage of that sentence that Hasan said. But it's also the entire summation of Hasan's content. What is the summation? Like, sum up Hasan's output for me, brother.
I just think that,
It's listen. You can say it's an inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit.
Ethan's favorite thing. I'm gonna do some kind of bigotry, but ironically. Oh yeah. So what does Ethan have to say? So right now, Hasan said. Also, like, this example is insane. It just shows Ethan's racism. Hasan says, if anyone's had positive feelings towards Israel or Zionist tendencies, then they should be excised from public life. Basically, if you're fascist, you shouldn't exist in society. And Ethan's like, if any Arabs have exhibited positive feelings towards Israel, then they're not fit to walk a dog.
Thing to say, it's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
He actually said that. Like, it's insane. Like, he's so flustered right now. He's trying to like mirror what Hasan said, but he doesn't even get it correct. This is the same thing. This is like when Ethan wrote, like when he made a video, and I'm forgetting what the content of like the context of the video was, but at the end of the video, he's like, we always need to try to keep the plight of the Palestinians at the top of our minds. But my question to you is, Hasan, why can't you do the same? It's like, why can't Hasan worry about the plight of Palestinians? Like, he doesn't know what he's saying. He just has emotions, and then they like bubble up, and he tries to express them, but he doesn't do a good job. He can't form coherent thoughts, and so he's like, let me try to hold a mirror up to this in a way that I can insult Arabs in the same way that I feel insulted by Hasan talking about Zionists. But he doesn't. He can't actually like accurately form this thought to mirror what Hasan said, and so he's just like, if Arabs like Israel, then they're bad too. It's like, yes, you dumb motherfucker, because Arabs can be Zionist as well. You're literally proving Hasan's point. It's like, yeah, bro, if Arabs are Zionist, they should be excised from public life as well, because that's a fascist mentality, and we don't want fascists in our society. Like, you're so fucking dumb. Holy shit, he's literally trying to be racist against Arabs, and he's proving Hasan's point in the process of trying to prove him wrong.
You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I just think that, you know...
listen, you can say it's an inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support...
Also, where are all of the H3 fans getting sad and like getting anxious because Ethan's raising his voice? I just think that Arabs that like Israel should be not able to walk dogs.
You can say
I
it's
just
an
think
inappropriate
that,
thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're at an impasse on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean...
Bro, this is the impasse you're at, Ethan. Sam saying anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and you saying that's your impasse? That's the whole thing. That's the entire thing, you dumb bitch. Oh my god. I'm gonna pull an Ethan Klein against denims right now. You dumb bitch. That's the whole point. Oh, we're at an impasse. We agree on 95% of things, but Sam doesn't seem to think that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So he's actually a capo because he says that, you know, it's fine to be anti-Zionist, and he's a Jew, so he must be a self-hating Jew.
But anyway, another thing he does is he says Zionist tendencies, and he's someone that plays around with Zionism.
You just said you're going to agree to disagree. You're at an impasse. Why would you bring it up immediately? Like, he's so fucking stupid. He's like, oh, you say that anti-Semitism is not the same as anti-Zionism. Okay. Well, I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree. However, he also says anti-Zionist tendencies. Is Zionism versus Zionist tendencies a different thing, Sam? What the fuck are you talking about? You just finished talking about this point.
He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hasan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what a Zionist tendency is. I suppose I would guess, and, you know, like I've looked at polls too, where, you know, people have various different understandings of what not Zionism is. But I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was thinking specifically, but the notion of an ethnostate that engages and it allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Okay. I mean, then I think we the three of us agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so another thing is like to take it even.
I mean, once again, Ethan does justify this genocide. He does say, oh, Hamas is to blame for this. Like, he literally will argue with Sam that Hamas is to blame for this. He does the whole fucking Israeli propaganda where he's like, Hamas never built bomb shelters. What a fucking crazy thing to say. Oh, it's not Israel that's at fault for killing you. You're at fault for not building shelters to avoid Israel's bombs. What the So if I get shot, it's not the person who shot me who's at fault. It's my fault for not wearing a body armor. What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't it fucked up that Hamas never built bomb shelters? Insane thing to do, dude. Like, he does so much propaganda that justifies this. He says Hamas controls the media to get pity for themselves. Literally repurposing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to be Islamophobic against Hamas and against Palestinians. Fucking nutty.
And further, I mean, Hasan pretty much like openly
Well, let's not
supports
talk
Hamas.
about Hasan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to?
Bro, actually, what the fuck is wrong with Ethan? Why can he not, like, it seems like this, like, I know he has Tourette's, but it seems like bringing up Hasan is a tick. It's like something, it's like some kind of soothing place that he can get back to. Where he's like, well, now we can talk about Hasan and I'm in my happy place and I feel elated where I can just shit on Hasan all day. And the reason is because he doesn't have to put himself out there. He can just sit back and be like, okay, well, here's something that's crazy Hasan said. What do you feel about that? And then in his like fantasy land, him and Sam Seder are going to team up and shit on Hasan then. But Sam Seder's like, I don't give a fuck about Hasan. Let's talk about what you think. And Ethan's like, no, let's retreat back to my happy place, which is finding clips of Hasan to jerk off over.
What do you want to ask
Well,
me?
I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
Well, let me.
I'm not here
He is checking his computer a lot.
to explore.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
have a list of things that.
feelings of, but if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean,
Yeah.
I think, look,
Ethan's so funny. He has a list of things. All of those, every item on that list has to do with Hasan. Because after the debate, he goes through the stuff that they didn't get to, and it's all Hasan. Or it's clips of him being like, look at me, I'm such a pro-Palestinian advocate. I mean, never mind that I say that Hamas is to blame for the war. Never mind that I say Israel needs to keep its apartheid state up.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What
ANC
do you think about
terrorists.
them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when.
Yeah, do you condemn Hamas? His list is just Comic Sans Sword Hasan over and over. I don't think you're wrong with that comment. So people got really mad over this clip. There was one reaction that I saw. I kind of want to find. So someone came into my chat yesterday and they're like, I was watching Hutch on YouTube and he was so cringy to watch. I watched a bit of his reaction to the debate. It was like he literally just wasn't saying anything. So I clicked off it. Like I don't think he's that great.
To image
Also,
together. Tim Pool
what
recently.
is happening? Why does he have such low views for such a big subscriber channel? Well, let's just like watch the intro of this.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean,
Oh boy.
Look at him. A tier reactor. You know it's a good reactor when the eyes get wide. Oh, sorry guys, you can't see him. Yeah, how do you feel about Sabra, Sam? How do you feel about Sabra Hummus?
I feel that Hamas.
Hutch is one of the rare left lower corner reactors. All right, man. I guess I can't shit on him for that. That is the S tier react box.
Oh boy. Don't do it.
People can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What
ANC
do you think about
terrorists.
them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad.
Oh, really? He used to be a gamer? No wonder his politics are so cringe. Yeah, I'm like, why is he getting such low views for having almost 1 million subs?
Bad things.
I mean, obviously.
Bro, literally, like, he didn't even say anything. The coming up wasn't his reaction at all. But his thing is, oh boy, like, he's just a lip, man. He's just a lip. Oh, you're not sucking America's dick? Well, then, you're a little iffy. Maybe you should get deplatformed.
He said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very, that is a an understanding of.
All right, let's go. Let's see the chat. This guy's pissing me off. Why is he commenting this so many times? Sam Seder the argument. Sam is one of the biggest influencers in the left-wing space. Let's go. Yay. Oh my god, no. Good. Whoa, what? That's wild. Wild. What? Oh, no. So this is what I don't understand about this audience in specific, because Ethan has said countless times, my wife was just a victim of circumstance. Ethan Klein was just a hapless teenager living in Israel, and she joined the IDF, and she just wanted to go on a raid to a terrorist city because she was bored. She's just a victim of circumstance. So you sitting in your ivory tower over in LA or Seattle, you have a lot to learn about making difficult decisions because you've never been a teenager in Israel. You don't think that we want to just say the genocide is bad? You don't think we want to do that? Do you have any idea how much easier it would be if we just said the genocide was bad? But no, we lived in Israel and we have to make difficult choices. And so it's like, Ethan's literally making the case for like relative morality almost at that point. He's like, Hila grew up in a culture of soldiers, and so she became a soldier. And now Sam Seder is like, yeah, if I lived in Gaza getting bombed all the time, I would join Hamas. That would be kind of the natural thing to do. If my family got destroyed, I'd want to fight in the resistance against the imperial power that's oppressing us and killed my family. And now the audience is like, what? I thought only Hila was able to join a radical terrorist group to go on raids and kidnap people. I thought only Ethan Klein was allowed to do that because she grew up in the fucking like moral quagmire of Israel, and everyone's morally scarred when they go into Israel. Okay, like how does this chat, out of any chat, this chat should be the one that's like, no, I understand what he's talking about. But once again, it's a double standard. And of course, the difference between joining the IDF and joining Hamas is, if you are an Israeli, you don't need to join the IDF because you're not going to be killed by any of your neighbors if you stop oppressing them, right? If you just stop the oppression, you're not going to be killed. Whereas if you live in Gaza, you're going to be killed no matter what you do. So you might as well try to resist them, because they're killing you if you don't resist them, and they're killing you if you do resist them.
Of human nature.
That you're not affording Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
Yeah, because Israelis have options. They don't have to join the military. They're not going to be eradicated if they don't join the military. In fact, if a lot of Israelis didn't join the military, there probably wouldn't have been an October 7th. Like, if their military was way less and Israelis didn't want to join the military as much, there'd probably be less war that Israel's willing to wage. Like, let's just get this straight. Every war that Israel has waged has been an offensive war. And so, if they had less people joining the military, there'd be less Israelis being killed. So actually, joining the army is a bad thing. It means that you're endangering the people that you're ostensibly enlisting to protect.
How so?
Well, you're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring.
Yeah, Sam Seder never said that at all.
Because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th.
I gotta look at the chat more.
Toward Hamas. But I can tell you that, we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations, or so-called terrorist organizations, like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
Now, Sam, I
that
gotta
ultimately become political organizations.
I think the
And
comparison to
when you-
Hamas
when-
to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Ooh, okay, so let's just like look into this really quick. ANC civilian deaths. The Nelson Mandela Foundation, ANC killed mostly civilians, the O'Malley archives, like literally just the number one source. Says the ANC killed mostly civilians. Civilians suffered the most in military attacks by the ANC in its fight against apartheid, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said on Friday. This report was in 2003. In its final report released in Pretoria, it notes that the stated objective of Umkhonto we Sizwe, MK, the armed wing of the ANC, was not to target civilians or white people. MK member Abubakar Ismail underlined this when he said in his amnesty hearing, while MK had the means to attack civilians, it never did that sort of thing. The TRC report says, despite these noble intentions, the majority of casualties of MK operations were civilians. A total of 71 people died in such attacks between 1976 and 1984. Of these, 52 were civilians and 19 were security force members. So this is 71 people in 8 years? 71 people in 8 years with 52 civilians and 19 non-civilians, like military. Deliberately targeted. They included collaborators, such as counselors, state witnesses at the trials of the ANC members, and suspected informers. In other words, they were deliberately targeted individuals, says the report, so assassinating civilians. That's something that Hamas did too, that Ethan was freaking out about, because Hamas has a pattern, it has a history of killing people that they suspect are informants or are working with the IDF and are working with Israel. That's a pattern that Hamas has, and that's why dissent in Gaza is so harshly cracked down upon, because they say that it's like agitators sent by Israel or agitators working for Israel, and that's why they have such like a brutal crackdown on protests within Gaza. That's why the protests like a month ago were kind of unprecedented, even though those protests weren't about God, even though they weren't about Hamas in part they were, but the main thrust of those protests were against Israel, like obviously. So anyway, the report observes that armed attacks virtually came to a halt between 1963 and 1976. Between 1961 and 1963, about 190 attacks were recorded, undertaken mainly by regional operatives in Johannesburg, Durban, and Cape Town. Armed actions inside South Africa were by and large terminated with the arrest of key members of MK's high command in Rivonia in July 1963, all of whom were subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment, said the report. The 1976 student-led uprising inside South Africa injected new life into the ANC. From 1976 to 1984, there was a steady growth in armed attacks, with about 265 incidents recorded. These included assassinations and attacks on police stations. Yeah, I'm sure Ethan wouldn't be happy if Hamas just did attacks on IDF stations and assassinations on Israeli officials. I'm sure Ethan wouldn't support that, but that's what the ANC did. Like, actually so fucking stupid. He's so dumb. About 300 incidents were recorded in 1988, falling by nearly a third in the following year. Armed action continued after the unbanning of the ANC in February 1990, but they were fewer in number. Police documentation obtained suggests that the total number of incidents for the period of October 1976 to May 1990 totaled 1,555. The final report includes a volume containing case studies of more than 19,000 victims of gross human rights violations on both sides of the struggle against apartheid. Military operatives, prominent political activists, and leadership figures are poorly represented on the list of victims, the report observes. So basically they're saying that even though it was targeting leadership, figures and military operatives and people that were like suspected informants and stuff, that's not the majority of it. It's just innocent civilians were the majority. And also, if we take a look at the numbers, what do we have here? 71 people died in 8 years between 1976. And if we take a look at the numbers, Israel, Palestine deaths before Oct 7, or I might have to just do by year. I think this is what I was looking at, or maybe I was looking at this. They're going to load Palestinian fatalities, casualties in the context of the ongoing hostilities which started on October 7th. And I don't want to see that. I want to see before October 7th, 2008. So, like, let's take a look at the amount of Israelis that were killed. 2008 to 2014, I mean, 853, 123, 185, 136, 578, 157. I mean, these numbers are pretty comparable to the numbers that the ANC killed. There are more, but it's not like it's not a completely different scale. They are pretty comparable to the number of deaths that the ANC did between 1976 and 1984. 71 people killed there. And then after 1984, how many were killed? Was there nothing? Anyway, like, the whole idea that Ethan Klein says it's disgusting that you're comparing Hamas to the ANC is a whitewashing of history. The Nelson Mandela said, "We are not going to use violence unless violence is our only course of action." And Hamas, violence is their only course of action. They tried diplomacy, they tried peaceful demonstrations, they've tried diplomacy even after October 7th, and they still have no recourse other than, okay, we're just going to fight until we die. Like, the reason that South Africa ended apartheid is because the United States shifted its support from pro-apartheid to anti-apartheid. That's not the same in this scenario, because the United States has been staunchly pro-Israel the entire genocide. You sent me an article about the ANC. Oh, it's this one? ANC killed mostly civilians. Hey, thank you. Members go up. 50 gifted memberships. That's awesome. The fitting username. All of it's moot until an actual investigation of October 7th can go down and we find out what actually happened on that day. Until then, we can only really judge. I mean, I'm not even talking about October 7th right now. Oh my God, another 50 gifted. Got a guardian angel out there. What I'm trying to say is that the ANC did use violence, and violence against civilians happened. Hamas used violence and violence against civilians. The idea that the ANC was completely peaceful and Hamas has never tried to use diplomacy or any kind of negotiations or anything like that is a whitewashing of history and a turning and a savagizing of Hamas today. You are saying that the ANC were saints when that's not true, and you are saying that Hamas today are all savages, and so you can not have any comparison between the saints of the ANC and the savages of Hamas. That is a disgusting comparison to draw. And in reality, it's a perfectly apt comparison to draw. Yeah, members go up. Great username. Absolutely insane that Ethan is this. I mean, bro, like, it's literally the first thing that you can look up. Yeah, they literally were targeting people for political reasons, and they didn't really care if they were civilians or not. Among these civilians were people who the ANC apparently regarded as legitimate targets. Says the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This is the commission that kind of went through all of the violence of the struggle to end apartheid. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said that the ANC apparently regarded civilians as legitimate, like certain civilians as legitimate targets. And Ethan's going to sit there and say with a straight face, no, actually ANC disavowed any violence against civilians. That's just not true. That's just a lie.
That's something
I
he
mean,
said.
I think
He-
you could
in
say
the
that tactically speaking, listen,
in the
tactically speaking,
by the way, Sam, in the
if you wanna make it-
totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did.
In the totality of their campaign, that's not true. I was looking up some other numbers. ANC civilian deaths. It's like 200 people died in a year. All right, let's see what this is. The ANC submission to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I think it's like in a year, less than 200 people died. The National Party Apartheid and Anatomy of Repression. Phases of the struggle and ANC policy foundations. Did the ANC perpetrate any gross violation of human rights? Successes in relation to state agents. ANC members who died in exile. The mass democratic movement. The approach, standards, and conduct of the ANC in relation to human rights. The ANC's own conduct, questionnaires, deaths in exile, MK code of conduct. What do we got here? Armed operations and civilian casualties. To recapitulate, firstly, armed struggle was forced on an organization that had for many years espoused and practiced peaceful methods of struggle. The approach of the ANC to armed struggle hinged on its strategic objective of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. Okay, so let's just read the approach and standards. And what considerations during these years of intensified armed activity did the ANC give to questions of morality and codes of military conduct? Civilian casualties are frequent and notorious consequences of irregular forms of military combat. There were instances in which the ANC's own policies in this regard were contradicted or ignored. These are dealt with later in the submission. At the same time, the historical record is clear. It was ANC policy ever since the formation of MK in 1961 to avoid unnecessary loss of life. The ANC has never permitted random attacks on civilian targets. Unlike many other liberation movements as well as resistance movements in the Second World War, the ANC scrupulously sought to ensure that civilians were not targeted. Well, we know that they did target civilians, but once again, it wasn't random target of civilians. In the first sabotage campaign in the early 1960s, the high command of MK sought to ensure that attacks on government installations would not lead to loss of life. When MK units were first sent into action, they were under strict instructions not to jeopardize the lives of civilians and to not carry arms. Subsequently, when armed guards were encountered at possible targets, regional committees were instructed to arm units, but cadres were ordered to shoot only in self-defense. Once MK camps had been established, part of the training of every MK combatant was political and included the insistence that the enemy should not be defined simply in racial terms. When the ANC became a signatory to the Geneva Convention on the Conduct of War in 1977, it was the first liberation movement in the world to take this step. Adherence to the terms of the convention confirmed the movement's commitment to avoid attacks on civilians and the humanitarian conduct of war. At the ANC's Copium conference in June 1985, this position was modified, but not abandoned. A resolution was adopted which acknowledged that there would be unavoidable civilian casualties as warfare escalated. The previous restraint, in order to avoid such casualties, it was felt at Kabwe, should no longer be allowed to undermine the campaign to intensify the armed struggle against the regime. It is worth noting that the armed struggle was conducted in circumstances which were never easy, and which at times seemed almost insurmountably difficult. The politics of exile is notoriously testing terrain, pitted with insecurity and dependent upon the goodwill of others for resources. The main training camps and bases of MK were far distant from South African soil. Those countries which offered sanctuary to ANC and MK personnel were themselves hard-pressed, and the sanctuary frequently carried its own dangers. The efforts by the South African state to destroy the ANC and MK were unceasing and massively financed. Besides military and police offensives against MK, methods included infiltration by state agents and spies, cross-border raids and kidnapping, pressures on the front lines to expel ANC members, assassination, torture, and a wide repertoire of dirty tricks. Despite all these difficulties, the ANC retained its commitment to internationally acceptable forms of combat and never sanctioned terrorism, which could be defined as military attacks on civilians by armed groups or individuals. When some of its cadres transgressed this policy, their actions were regretted and in some cases publicly repudiated. The ANC did not visit systematic violence and intimidation upon civilians. It did not use the military methods used in defense of racism. When weighed in the scales of history, the ANC and South African apartheid regime occupy opposite ends of the spectrum, both in terms of policy and practical conduct. Given the historical and political context provided above, it would seem natural to attempt to justify everything that happened within the context of struggle against apartheid as acceptable, and therefore not to be scrutinized in line with the mandate of the Commission. But the morality of the ANC, its objectives then and now, and the standards it set itself dictate that we examine the conduct of struggle critically and acknowledge where errors took place. The logic of the Commission is that the truth should be acknowledged, no matter how painful, so as to ensure the conditions are created under which it is impossible for any terrible things from the past to recur. It is in this spirit that we approach this question. To recapitulate, firstly, armed struggles were forced on an organization. We read this. Secondly, it was part of the 4 pillars of struggle. As such, it had to be conducted in such a way as to reinforce rather than undermine these other pillars. Thirdly, from the beginning, a narrow definition of targets was made and maximum restraint was exercised. Fourthly, there was pressure to pursue options such as attacks against white civilians, and there were intense debates on these issues, especially in response to state repression, but the movement again and again reasserted its basic principles. Lastly, structures set up to lead armed struggle were adapted to concrete conditions, and in each instance to strengthen political control of the military campaign. Given the ever-increasing militarization of white South Africa from the late 1970s onwards and the unbridled violence used against civilians by the former apartheid regimes, we submit that the ANC always exercised exceptional restraint in the conduct of armed struggle. Since the founding of MK in 1961, the ANC never deviated from its belief that it was not only morally wrong, but strategically senseless to attack civilian targets. And yeah, we know that they didn't attack civilian targets, but they did kill civilians, even though they considered them valid military targets, but they were civilians. ANC, let's see. Apartheid, South Africa, death numbers. Killings in South Africa. I don't know what is the estimated number of people who died. Apartheid and demography. List of massacres in South Africa. Let's just look this up. ANC. How many? ANC killed mostly civilians. The killings in South Africa. Let's just read the Wikipedia really quick. History. No, we can find this later, but yeah, I think, like, once again, 200 people. I don't think that's correct, but we'll find this later.
Did. That's a difference, Sam.
And once again, we know that the ANC did kill civilians, and actually most of the people that were killed were civilians.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
A significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who
And then
committed
the other thing that we need to talk about
atrocities
is the fact that the ANC
on October
maintained
7th.
this high level of standards of conduct, and they said that no, we would use more violence if that was the only option left to them. But they were having success politically, they were having success diplomatically by getting other countries to go against South Africa and to go against the apartheid regime, and that is not an option that Hamas has. That's not an option that Palestine has to them. And Nelson Mandela himself said, if we didn't have any other options, we would become more violent, basically saying they would do an October 7th style attack on apartheid South Africa.
Are dead now. And, you know, so
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being killed? Okay. I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
but you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, once again, that's not true. In some cases, it's true. But once again, it depends on the civilian that they killed. Like, we can take a look at this article. Among the civilians were people who the ANC apparently regarded as legitimate targets. So this commission that we just read, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, identified some of the targets that the ANC regarded as legitimate or as civilians. So when Ethan Klein says, no, they disavowed the killing of civilians, they disavowed the killing of some civilians, but not all of them. Once again, he's just trying to whitewash this and be like, oh, well, Hamas doesn't do that, so they're a unique evil that can't be compared to any other groups.
The IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of example of organizations that commit terrorist acts.
Well,
now, I will tell you,
people look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but
he sweeps for Hamas by saying, what do you expect?
What South Africa
does sweep mean? You support it or you're against it? I don't even know what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Dusty Dan. Like, Nelson Mandela literally said, I'm not going to disavow violence against civilians.
Shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as, like, you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, it's not.
It's not working out? What is this argument? Is it working out for Israel? What the fuck are you talking about? This is a stupid ass argument to say.
Living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as, like, you don't have access to resources, you have 50.
Hamas as an illegal immigrant housekeeper that cooks chicken. Oh my God. Hamas has an illegal immigrant housekeeper that they pay below minimum wage and make them cook chicken for them.
50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with the.
Hey Puddles, thank you for wanting to subscribe. And guys, if you didn't get gifted a membership but you want your name to be green, it's such a nice color. It's only $1 a month. It's 99 cents a month. But obviously you don't have to. I just enjoy seeing you guys, like, commenting, liking, and chatting while we're live streaming and while you watch the videos too. So even if you don't feel like you can afford it right now, no worries. Just happy to have you here.
Those characterizations, by the way, Sam, just to say.
But I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, it's.
Like, what is that argument? That's something you say when you have no arguments left. Oh, it's not really working out? Well, yeah. When you have the most powerful military in the world backing up Israel, picking up a rock isn't going to really change your circumstances that much. The fuck are you talking? Why would you say that? So it's so callous. Oh, well, I mean, you say that. Like, bro, Ethan's such a piece of fucking shit. He's like, yeah, one of the more unfortunate and tragic outcomes of this war is that Israelis have become jaded and they feel alone now. Okay, so you say that Israelis have become jaded because they think the entire world doesn't like them. And the reason the entire world doesn't like them is because they're doing a genocide. So if they stop doing the genocide, so he's like, they're doing the genocide because they feel jaded, but they're jaded because they're doing a genocide. So you could just stop doing the genocide and then you'd stop feeling jaded and then you wouldn't do the genocide anymore. Like, that's circular logic that Ethan's bringing up there. And then the other thing is, he can empathize with the person in Israel who feels jaded and wants to do a genocide, even though they're not the same things whatsoever. And if you are an Israeli, you should understand that actually my actions and joining a military to kill these people is what's causing violence to come out of that area back upon me. Maybe I shouldn't do that. You have the option to not fight. So they're not the same at all. Like, the Israeli has all of the agency in this situation, and Ethan can empathize with them, and he feels like they're just a small bean getting whipped around in the wind until they've been all ginned up until the point where they're now pro-genocide. But he can't empathize with the Palestinian who just got their entire family blown up in front of them, now wants to pick up a gun and fight against Israel. Ethan can't empathize with them. Like at some point it stops being double standards and it just becomes racism. Like I keep saying, yeah, it's double standards, but it's double standards on I only care about Israelis and I don't give a fuck about Palestinians. And even when Sam's like, yeah, I empathize with them and I understand why they might pick up a gun and fight against Israel, Ethan can't even be like, yeah, I understand that. He says, well, it's not working out. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, it's not working out because of people like you, dude. Because people like you that justify this shit. I don't know, man. Like, you still have over 2 million subscribers. Maybe if you actually spoke out about this, more like 2 million more people calling their senators demanding an end to this shit, that could have an impact. Don't say that you're just a small bean podcaster. You say that Hasan is single-handedly whipping up anti-Semitism. Maybe you could single-handedly have an impact on this whole thing.
None of it's working out, is it? I
not
mean, because we have
much
the
at all.
Greatest,
Not really much
what
at
is
all.
called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where.
Also, thank you for becoming a new member, Jake Jones.
Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps.
You guys are making me pause it too much. Jay Stratty, Shuanhead did call me Hasan too, because for some reason she reacted to a video that I made, and she's like, "Who's this fucking loser, Hasan too?"
Late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in that type of immiseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them, and
that's fine.
He's far closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian.
This is my favorite comment in their live stream. Anyone else not really sure what is happening? Like, yeah, that's the audience. That's the audience that Ethan Klein has really cultivated. Can't follow a conversation. Holy shit. It's giving Jordan Peterson rambling. I'm half expecting him to cry soon. Bro, these people, like I said, that they're like dogs before, where they're just ignoring what Sam Seder has to say, and they're just going off of the vibes of the conversation. But I didn't realize that they would actually shut their brains off. Like, look at this shit. I'm half expecting him to cry. It's giving Jordan Peterson rambling. Does anyone else not even know what's happening in this conversation? L Sam, W Ethan. These aren't the same people. These are two different people saying the same fucking brain rot live stream shit in the chat. Crazy stuff from here. Like, goddamn, Ethan's really trained his audience to just shut off their brains.
You leave out that they attacked Kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did.
You're actually doing pro-Hamas propaganda, Sam Seder.
Leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian.
You leave out that they attacked Kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they. I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think? Like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane. Yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think.
Like, guys, you have to understand what Ethan's doing here. When he says we all knew that Israel was going to do this, the response was going to be this far. What he's doing is, in his sick and twisted mind, he's trying to take the blame off of Israel. He's trying to have Israel just be one domino in the entire chain reaction. And he's actually trying to put the entire blame of this genocide and the agency of this genocide on Hamas and the Palestinians in Gaza. When Ethan says, oh, well, I mean, we all knew that Israel was going to do this, right? Like, it was inevitable. He says it's inevitable later on in this conversation. He's just trying to blame Hamas for the genocide that's happening. It's the exact same thing as all of these other Zionists, where they're like, Israel has no choice but to bomb them this hard. Israel's just a small bean genocider, and it's actually Hamas who's forcing their hand. Hamas, like, Israel's just a domino. Hamas is the hand that tips the domino over and starts the chain reaction. It's so sick and twisted from this motherfucker.
The lack of proportionality was just beyond, frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals, that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that, because that's why they attacked.
Hamas, dude. So, in the past, when Hamas has taken hostages, the Israeli government has actually shown a willingness to negotiate with them to get the hostages back. Now, it's not foolproof, and they do bomb a lot of the buildings, kind of with reckless disregard for Palestinian life and even their own hostages. Like, of course they don't care about Palestinian life. Bombing is the point. ending Palestinian life is a point of bombing. However, it's like there's usually some pushback from like foreign superpowers like the United States or the UK or anyone else that supports Israel. In this case, they happen to have someone who truly believed in Zionism, like Joe Biden. Ironically, like a perfect example of how fighting against Zionism isn't anti-Semitic, because Joe Biden is a Catholic Zionist, and he was the president of the United States, and he just gave Israel a blank check to do whatever they wanted. That's why this has gone on for so long. It has nothing to do about Ethan saying Israel would have done this inevitably. It has nothing to do with the proportionality of, oh, the October 7th attacks were so bad that of course they were going to get genocided. No, it's everything to do with Joe Biden. Like, you can put this genocide squarely at the feet of Joe Biden, because Israel's always going to be this genocidal. They've always wanted to ethnically cleanse Gaza and the West Bank of Palestinians and colonize those areas. They've been doing it forever. They've been doing it since their existence. And they just haven't had a president that's been as willing to let them go violently bloodthirsty as Joe Biden. So it's like, yeah, you have Joe Biden to blame for this, Ethan. It's not inevitable. It's Joe Biden. And then Donald Trump. A fucking horrible 1-2 punch combination. Also, Me Outs, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Me Outs is a legend.
A weapon.
I'm more interested in like the justification for what they're doing.
Probably
there.
Took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took hostages. God, once again, so fucking stupid. Like what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Saying, why did Hamas take children and the elderly as hostages? They're hostages. Like, either take hostages or don't take hostages. What the fuck are we talking about? And we're gonna like parse through the different types of hostages that Hamas took? Yeah, it's all bad. They shouldn't have taken any hostages. Why do you even give a fuck? Like, are you trying to say it would have been acceptable if they took adult military-aged males? Is that what you're trying to say, Ethan? God, this guy's such a fucking loser.
That they probably, I mean, I'm this is all conjecture on my part, that they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing. And I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's, strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here, because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas.
What I'm getting to is Israel's completely blameless in this genocide. It's actually all Hamas's fault. That's what I'm getting to.
Think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
Sure.
Listen to him talk. I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent Israel is.
They hate Israel. They did October 7th because they foresaw the genocide. They're anime characters that have future sight. They have the fucking Sharingan, and they were able to foresee the moves of Israel. And they're like, if we do this, then Israel will genocide us. That's why we hate them. That's why we will do this thing. Insane, like just fucking brain dead circular logic that Ethan said. He literally said, that's why they hate Israel. They hate Israel because they know that Israel is going to genocide them so hard. Which the genocide is what makes them hate Israel, but the genocide is what made them do October 7th, which led to the genocide, which makes them hate Israel, which makes them do October 7th, which led to the genocide, which made them hate Israel. Like, what the fuck are we talking? He literally just said, yeah, the total amount of wanton violence is what makes them hate Israel, which is why they did October 7th. What the fuck are you talking about?
The reaction that would happen. You know?
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that.
So Ethan's like, the IDF is so violent, Hamas knows that, and they hate Israel because they're violent, but that's why they attacked, because the IDF is so violent that makes them hate Israel, which made them do the attack, which made the IDF violent. Once again, like insane circular reasoning. The reason they attacked is because they don't have any rights, because they were in an open-air prison. It's very simple, Ethan.
They would go this far, use
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals and
and the only reason Ethan's playing dumb about the reason why October 7th happened is because he wants to blame Hamas for the genocide they're experiencing. Because if you say that, oh yeah, Hamas attacked for this reason, and the reason isn't to trigger a genocide, like if you say Hamas attacked for any reason other than to trigger a genocide, that gives agency to Israel. But if you say Hamas attacked Israel to trigger a genocide, then Israel's just doing the inevitable response. Israel's just the falling domino that Hamas tipped over, right? But if you say, no, Hamas did this because they don't have rights, that puts the ball in Israel's court. It's like, okay, Hamas did a violent incursion into Israel because they don't have rights. What would be the logical pathway forward so that this doesn't happen again? Would it be, like, let's do a multiple choice. Would it be A, violently oppressing them like we've done in the past, B, trying to ethnically cleanse the entire region, or C, giving them rights, the express thing that Hamas said they needed and why they did the attack? Which of these options can we take? And it's like, we choose B. We choose option B, this option, which is to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Oh, wait a second. Hamas has recruited just as many soldiers as we've killed? Doesn't look like that option's going so well. Let's do option A, which is the option Ethan wants, which is just continue the violent oppression of them, but don't do ethnic cleansing. That's the option Ethan wants. Oh, that led to October 7th? Maybe we should do option C, which is to give them equal rights, which is why they attacked in the first place, because they didn't have equal rights. It's ridiculous. But no, Ethan says, if they attacked for any reason other than to trigger a genocide, that can't be true, because Israel is just a small being reacting like a speck of dust in the wind to the bellowing gale that is Hamas doing October 7th.
Shoot EMTs and have rules of engagement like this. I mean, and I think Hamas is certainly up to criticism for their strategy here.
If that's an understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's the
well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization that intentionally antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that
it's Hamas's fault. The genocide is Hamas's fault. Go off, King. Go off, Ethan.
If they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is...
Sam's about to laugh because he realizes how much of a freak Ethan Klein is. Ethan Klein is literally saying, no, they goaded Israel into massacring them. And Sam's like, well, I think they underestimated or overestimated the amount of care that Israel would have in getting the hostages back and doing deals with Hamas. But no, Israel's just like, oh, you killed 1,200 people and you have 200 hostages? I don't care. Let's just do the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on Gaza. Let's just do the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on Gaza and ethnically cleanse the entire area.
Was their plan have Israel respond in this way? That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their
what the fuck is he? It's
they
so
overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostage.
it's so difficult following a conversation with Ethan because Sam gets done responding to Ethan's point. Ethan says, "Okay, yeah, I agree," and then he just goes off on like a completely different point, acting like it has anything to do with what Sam just got done talking about. Like, he doesn't actually follow along a conversation at all. That's why his first question after this call was to his sycophant Dan and saying, "Did I get owned in the conversation?" That's literally the first thing that he asked. He's like a fighter where there's so much adrenaline and he can't understand whether he like won or lost the round.
Hostages, without a doubt. I mean, I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan have Israel respond in this way. That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So.
What? Like, let's just, I just need to break this down really quick. Sam said, no one in Hamas would have expected the absurd response from Israel, which is genocide, right? Hamas kills 1,200 Israelis. Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. That's absurd on any level, like just on its face. Even if Hamas is the most evil people in the world and they're completely genocidal and they have their fingers on a big red button which could launch a nuke at the entire world at any point. On its face, it's absurd to respond to 1,200 deaths with hundreds of thousands of deaths and a complete medieval-style siege, cutting off food, water, electricity, medical supplies to everyone in the area, civilians included. That's an absurd response on its face. And Ethan hears what Sam says. I don't know if he hears. Maybe he's just looking at his computer and he's getting texts from his wife or his producers or whatever trying to send him studies to help him in this debate. And Ethan says, yes, you're right. And a lot of Israelis feel that way too, because the October 7th attacks were so unprecedented. That has literally nothing to do with what Sam just got done saying. He said, no one could have expected the scale of the genocide that Israel is going to do, the scale of the response. No one could have expected that. And then Ethan's like, yes, and Israelis were also surprised at October 7th. Like, is he trying to say, is Ethan really trying to say that since October 7th was an unprecedented scale of death and destruction in Israel, then Israel has a right to do a genocide? Is that actually what Ethan's trying to say here? Because either Ethan was not listening to Sam at all, and he just said something randomly off the top of his head that he thought had some relevance to what Sam was talking about, or he's literally justifying the genocide that's happening in Gaza right now by saying that October 7th was an unprecedented attack in terms of the scale on Israel. Israel's never experienced something like that before. And so since Israel's never experienced something like that before, then actually the response is justified because Gaza has never experienced a response like what Israel has done before. So if you think about it in a weird way, they're actually both similar, right? Like, one was unprecedented and then the other's unprecedented. Is that actually what Ethan Klein is trying to say?
Would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan have Israel respond in this way. That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was on the other hand.
Oh, I have no doubt that they...
Like, he literally is saying that, Sam's saying that people in Hamas probably wouldn't have expected a genocide. And then Ethan's like, well, Israelis feel the same way because they didn't expect October 7th to happen. That's like, you were justifying the response that Israel's done in Gaza. I'm not even going to call it a response. You were justifying the genocide that Israel has done using October 7th as an excuse. And you're justifying it by using October 7th. Insane shit. It's actually crazy that this is his real position. he kind of let it slip there. He's like, oh, well, you're saying that people in Hamas find this unprecedented? Well, people in Israel find it unprecedented as well.
Without a doubt. I mean, I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan have Israel respond in this way. That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was. On the other hand,
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak, and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hasan, and I'm just going to talk about his...
Fucking cuts him off, bro. Ethan's such a disgusting little gremlin. Sam Seder is literally in the middle of describing what Israel has done to Gaza. Ethan cuts him off to talk about Hasan. Like, you can't make this shit up. And this is the motherfucker that says we must keep the plight of the Palestinians on the top of our mind always. But as soon as Sam Seder starts talking about the plight of the Palestinians, let me bring it back to Hasan and complain about me being victimized by Hasan. This guy's a loser. He's a loser.
This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right?
Doctors Without Borders, by the way, says 90 in January, so this was 3 months ago, 92% of housing units and about 70% of all structures have been destroyed or damaged. Crazy. And Ethan has the gall to sit there and say that Israel's this response was inevitable to 1,200 civilians being killed. Once again, we don't even know how many civilians were actually killed due to Hamas versus the IDF, because Israel hasn't done any kind of investigation into it, and they haven't let anyone else do an investigation into it, and they've completely fucked up all of the forensic evidence. Like, no one's gonna know for sure. And we know Israel kills its own civilians too. Like, they have a fucking name for it. It's the Hannibal Directive, directing their military to kill their own civilians.
By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza. This is about him personally.
What the fuck?
Imagine that Israel would...
Wait, he started talking about Hasan, and then he started talking about the bomb shelters in Gaza?
Have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hasan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's...
Bro, this guy has like brain issues. What the fuck is happening? He's like, all right, let me talk about the $1 million question that I asked Hasan. All right, I'm about to ask you. I'm about to give you the $1 million question that I asked Hasan. Pause. Did you know there are no bomb shelters in Gaza? The fuck is wrong with this man? The fuck is wrong with this guy? Actually, I'm kind of worried for his health.
The $1 million question, right? By the way,
it's so important. It's a $1 million question. I'm gonna. Sorry, guys. I have to run this back one last time. Like, yeah, Ethan Klein wants to talk about Ian having CTE. Bro, you have CTE before you've even been hit. You've got that like circular logic CTE. that affects you before you've been hit. It's like the CTE is going to cause itself. You're in like a time loop of CTE.
I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is
so, oh my God, sorry guys, I'm nitpicking so much, but Ethan is like, I'm going to ask you about Hasan. This is just going to be about his point. It's not going to be about him personally. This is the $1 million question. And by the way, did you know? Okay, if you're just going to talk about his point, then just bring up his point. You don't need to bring up Hasan. You could bring up the point and then be like, oh yeah, and people like Hasan are talking about that. How do you feel about it? You could say that. But the fact that immediately he brings up Hasan, it's funny, dude. Yeah, you've really convinced Sam Seder you're not obsessed with Hasan.
and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously
of course. I mean, he literally looks at his laptop and then sees that. That's definitely his wife has texted that. Who the fuck else would say, ask Sam if he knows there's no bomb shelters in Gaza? Like, what would, let's just, guys, let's brainstorm. What did Sam say that would make Ela text Ethan to bring that up? Is it that he said that, was it supporting evidence for Ethan saying that Hamas knew Israel was going to bomb them? Because that's literally not supporting evidence. That would be the opposite of supporting evidence. Unless they're like, Hamas is on purpose sacrificing Palestinian civilians so that they'll do like the Pallywood thing and the entire world will feel bad for them. Is it that Sam was saying that Hamas, like, this was unprecedented? And then Ela would be like, no, actually, Hamas is not doing a good job of taking care of their civilians. Like, they're scum. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to this at all.
$1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
Guys, it's the $1 million question.
There's not one public bomb.
It's the $1 million question. But let's ask Sam Seder about the lack of bomb shelters in Gaza. That's so funny.
By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
He's flabbergasted.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting.
Bro, you're such a fucking scrub. You're such a scrub. I need to see the chat. What the fuck is happening? This is like a surreal moment. This could be like out of a sitcom or something. Like, this could literally be part of like the British Office.
It's pretty fucked up. By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza? Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm laughing, but it's actually like a really sad thing. Like, obviously it's sad that there's no bomb shelters, and it's sad that there needs to be bomb shelters. Like, I don't have a bomb shelter in my neighborhood, but I don't need one. Like, come on, dude. It's fucked up because of Israel, because of the people you're carrying water for, Ethan. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is
what the fuck? Sam's like, okay, do you think the infrastructure is still up? 92% of homes are destroyed, and 70% of public infrastructure, or like non-home infrastructure, is destroyed. And also their tunnels have been destroyed. The tunnels underneath Gaza has been destroyed. And Ethan's like, well, it'd be a lot safer. It'd be safer if Israel stopped bombing Gaza, or if they let food and medicine in. That would be safer, Ethan.
Oh, there was. So you say there were tunnels under hospitals?
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get.
Ethan's like, so you're saying that there are tunnels under Gaza? like, okay, or there are tunnels under hospitals. That's what Ethan just said. Being like, oh, so you agree with me? It's justified that Israel bombs hospitals. The fucking glint in his eye that he wants Sam to agree that Israel should bomb hospitals. He's actually a demon.
Into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what's
I mean, Ethan, IDKIF, they have the materials to make bomb shelters. Okay, just this one chat is like, Ethan, I don't know if they can even bring up bomb shelters. Wait, I'm actually confused why he's bringing up bomb shelters. Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. This is fucking hilarious. My God. Okay, so like two chatters being like, what the fuck are you talking about?
like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely
Well,
difficult
as
to say.
Americans, I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under
I'm in
Trump.
favor of that, by the way.
Okay, I
Yeah.
mean, good.
I mean, I
think we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop.
Ethan's so desperate for any kind of approval from Sam that, like, when Sam's like, okay, well, I think we should do this, Ethan's like, I'm in favor of that. Sam's like, okay, like, you should be. And Ethan's like, don't I get brownie points for being in favor of that? Sam's like, you're literally justifying the genocide right now by saying it's Hamas's fault. Ethan's like, oh, did I do that? Like, dude, holy fuck, Ethan. You're such a brown noser.
Protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
I mean,
Without
listen,
saying,
Just right off the bat, like, Sam, Ethan says, okay, well, what could we have done? And Sam's like, well, I think what we could do now is do these reasonable solutions to inhibit Israel's genocide. And Ethan's like, okay, yeah, I agree with that. But, like, let's just do a hypothetical world of what should Israel have done. Let's get away from the actual policy, substantive actions that we as American citizens can take. And especially people with big platforms that speak publicly every single day. Let's ignore what we can do now and retreat back 2 years to a hypothetical, what should Israel have done on October 8th? Like, the guy's a coward. The guy's a coward. He has no interest in actually doing anything about this issue. All he has an interest in is vindicating himself and saying that I'm right and everyone that criticized me is wrong. He's a coward, and he's like a 6-year-old child. That's really what he is. He's a coward and he's a brat.
without saying, not this.
What should they have done on October 8th? I mean, I think that there is they're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk. You know, like to
Well, the
look at
leadership
that
was
moment-
underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment in history, like
The leadership was in Qatar. It wasn't even in Gaza. They killed like a bunch of Hamas leaders in Qatar. Let's look this up. Hamas leaders killed in assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. On July 31st, 2024, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, was assassinated along with his personal bodyguard in the Iranian capital, Tehran, by an Israeli attack. Okay, I guess that was in the Iranian capital. I thought they did kill people in Qatar. Oh, I guess he was just buried in Qatar. Yeah, the political leader of Hamas was killed in Iran, but buried in Qatar. Okay.
maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe
Yeah, Iran.
in that moment, they had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
Ethan says right, but he didn't understand anything that Sam just said. Sam said any action they did on October 8th would have been a function of decades of oppression and trying to get to this point. trying to get to the point where there was a violent enough outburst that would justify the final solution to the Palestinian question. That's what Israel is trying to do. That's the point of oppressing people. The point of oppressing them is to ignore them up until the point of time where you get rid of them. That is the entire point of oppression. So when Sam accurately calls out the real dynamics of the situation and says history didn't start on October 7th, we must keep in mind that this is what Israel's been wanting the entire time Israel's existed. And Ethan says, right. He doesn't know what the fuck Sam just said. He's just saying right because he wants to appear sycophantic and agreeable.
And so what should they have done?
Ages ago. Well, I mean,
You're avoiding, yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering.
So it's so funny. It's like Sam's like, this is part of a pattern of oppression. What Israel did on October 8th is not anything new. This is just another step in their pattern of colonization and oppression of Palestinians. And Ethan's like, well, what should they have done then? And Sam says, I think, well, at any point, I think the correct position for Israel is to reverse action on the oppression and colonization of Palestinians. I think that is always the correct choice at any point of time. That's Sam's position, and he says it very succinctly. And Ethan, even though he said right when Sam said this is just one step in a series of steps of oppression, Ethan says, oh, well, of course you crazy lefties say that they should have gotten rid of their military and disbanded their borders and just everyone hold hands and sing peaceful songs together and have like the good Israeli hummus go to Palestine. As Ethan would say, the clean hummus go to Palestine. But, I mean, Ethan doesn't even understand what Sam's talking about. Sam, like, obviously, the right time to do the correct thing is always now. That's the right time to do the correct thing. But according to Ethan, well, I mean, October 7th is a new kind of bad thing. And he just doesn't understand the reality of the situation, which is October 7th is one step in a series of chain of events which is caused directly by the oppression that Israel is doing on Gaza.
Empowering Palestinians in the West Bank. They should have done
this. This is my
same...
favorite answer, okay. Sam. You're saying that this is what Hasan told me. They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed. But I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy.
So once again, Sam's response to this is the perfect time to do the right thing is now. That's always the best time to do the right thing. And Ethan's like, well, I mean, can't we just bomb them a little bit before we do the right thing? That's literally Ethan's position. Can't we just do a touch of genocide? Like a pinch of it? Let's just do a pinch of genocide. Just a little bit of ethnic cleansing to let the adrenaline out, to let our juices run wild. Let's just have a little bit of vindictive revenge to just kill a little bit of Palestinian children. Come on, Sam. It's just Palestinians, right? It's not like they're Israelis that we're killing. Let's just do like 2, 3, 4 times, 10 times the amount that died in Israel. Let's just get like 10 times the amount, and then we can start talking about peace. That's literally what Ethan is advocating for. He's a vile person. He's a vile, disgusting human being.
Land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Wait a second.
You're saying that Israel should stop oppressing Palestinians? What? Guys, I was sitting in this exact chair. I was sitting in this very chair on October 7th, 2023, on this desk. And I remember, I don't know where I was, but I think I might have been like Kyle Kalinske, and he's like, Israel declares war on Hamas. Israel declares war on Gaza. This was October 7th, 2023. And I'm like, what? Israel declares war on Gaza? That's not good. That was my initial thought. My second thought was, oh shit, it got, like, people in Gaza just did an attack on Israel. Well, oppression's over, right? Israel should stop oppressing them because obviously that oppression led to a violent reprisal. So, I mean, literally on October 7th, my thoughts were the correct course of action is to stop doing an ethnostate, right? Because ethnostates cause violence, and if you want to stop violence, you should just stop doing the ethnostate. That was my thought on October 7th. My thought on October 8th is, oh yeah, this is just colonization. Israel's just doing colonization, and ever since then, nothing I've seen out of this whole situation has surprised me. Like, when you have a system of violent oppression like what Israel has over Palestine, where there's going to be no foreign adversaries that interfere other than regional ones like Iran, who can't even face you face to face. They have to go through proxies. You have a total superpower. You're a total regional superpower. You have total supremacy in the region, and no other regional superpower from a different region is going to try to fuck with you. You just have Iran to worry about, basically, and you have the protection of the most powerful country in the world, the United States. You have all of the cards. You have all of the cards. There's nothing that these little resistance groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis are going to do to you. They could annoy you, sure, but you have the power to systemically oppress them and slowly grind these people out of existence through just keeping them in open air prisons. Slowly take over a patch of land here, take over a patch of land there, kill anyone who tries to violently resist you. Oh, what? We just bulldozed your homes and shot your dad and your dog. Go live in a refugee camp. You're fine. We just killed 2 people. We just killed another 2 people over here. Like, let's pull this up. Israel, Palestine. Actually, I think we looked this up already. What was it? Israel, Hamas war, not that one. Here we go. Oh, in 2008, it's only 3,200 Palestinians that we killed. Or, I guess that's injured. Damn, dude, where are the deaths on the Israelis? Can't even see them. So, yeah, when we talked about, like, the amount of deaths that the ANC did, analogous to the amount of deaths that Israel experienced by Hamas, it's pretty similar. But it's like, oh, we only injured 3,200 Palestinians. We only killed... I want a better chart than this. Palestinian fatalities. Yeah, let's take a look at the fatalities. This loads. We only killed like 12 Palestinians in 2008. We only killed 25 in 2009. Well, 2010 got a little rough, but there was only like 200 Palestinians killed then. And then you have all of this systemic violence building up. There is no legal recourse. There is no diplomatic recourse. There's no room for negotiation. You have no political power in the area. And so what do you have left to do? All of this anger, resentment, and violent thought. You want to have violent retribution so that this oppressive power experiences even a fraction of what you've experienced your entire life. Like, yeah, let's take a look at this. Fatalities by year. Focus mode. 2008, only 873. 2009, only 1,000 died. 2010, we had a good year in 2010. Only 87 Palestinians died. Even better in 2013. That was a really good year in 2014. That was a lot. That was a lot in 2014. But we're gonna do better. We're gonna do better, guys. It's not as bad as October 7th because we're spreading it out over time and we're using a systemic structure to keep these people isolated in a concentration camp. Guys, this is just colonization. There's nothing else to say about it. It's not complicated. It's not a moral quandary. It's not a religious thing. It is just a group of people systematically exterminating another group of people from an area of land. That's the end of the conversation. And the reason they're doing that is because of arbitrary boundaries that they've drawn on themselves. And so obviously the best course of action to stop the violence from happening is to remove the arbitrary boundaries, right? No, Israel wants to just remove one of the ethnic groups completely. Operation Protective Edge. Let's go back really quick. Israeli fatalities. Let's just take a look at this really quick. So the ANC killed 71 people in 8 years? The ANC killed 71 people in 8 years. 37 plus 16, that's 53. 62, 73, 80, 86. No, I think the ANC killed 71 people in 6 years, right? 78 to 84. 76 to 84. Okay, so that's 8 years. So it's like in 8 years, the ANC killed 71 people. And here, up until 2014, they had only killed about, what is that, like 78 people? And then you have 88, then you have Operation Protective Edge. But just in terms of the numbers, they're actually pretty analogous to in terms of the Israeli fatalities and the amount of civilians that the ANC killed, like year over year. Of course, like before October 7th. And so once again, when Ethan Klein is saying that, oh no, the ANC are angels and they want to do anything as vicious as what Hamas did, he's just lying to you. He's just lying to you because he wants his boogeyman to be uniquely evil. Okay, let's continue this though. That was a pretty big deviation. You have to look at the current map of Gaza where 3 huge swaths of land have been depopulated. What's the source, Jake? Drones hit the boat's generator, 0 power, boat taking on water, sinking as per 38 minutes ago. What boat? I have been completely ignoring chat. Freedom flotilla heading for Gaza to break the siege, carrying 30 plus international aid workers attacked off the coast of Malta by drone fire in international waters. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised though. Israel bombed a surveillance ship that was, I think it was during their invasion of Lebanon in like 2008. They bombed a U.S. surveillance ship and sank it because they were actually recording the actions that the IDF were doing.
You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a realistic way, not in a fairy
tale,
tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just taking a look at this. Al Jazeera article, the Freedom Flotilla. Israel kills at least 31 in Gaza as aid blockade starves children. I don't know if this actually has anything to do with the Freedom Flotilla. Here's a CNN article. Gaza Freedom Flotilla says ship has issued SOS after alleged drone attack off the coast of Malta. A Gaza Freedom Flotilla says one of its vessels is on fire and has issued an SOS after what it claimed was a drone attack off the coast of Malta in international waters. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which is campaigning to end Israel's blockade of Gaza, told CNN 30 people were on board its ship carrying humanitarian aid when the alleged attack happened just after midnight in local time. There is a hole in the vessel right now and the ship is sinking. Asara said the ship had sent out SOS calls to the surrounding countries, including Malta, and that a small boat from southern Cyprus had been sent. She added she had been able to contact crew members after the SOS signal was sent out. CNN is unable to independently verify the videos. Our vessel is 17 kilometers off. We have 30 international human rights activists on that vessel at this very moment, on a vessel that is sinking. I mean, holy fuck, guys. Like, listen, Israel is... They're bloodthirsty, they're genocidal, and they're willing to kill people that are standing up against them. And that's a big reason why I, along with others, take Ethan Klein joking about Hasan going to Gaza. And they're like, oh, he's too much of a pussy to go to Gaza, as that is a death threat. Like, what's the difference between saying, oh, yeah, Hasan, definitely go to Gaza, when Israel's notorious for killing the most journalists out of any recorded conflict, and Netanyahu giving a pager to John Fetterman? What's the difference in that? Or like someone making a pager joke to Mehdi Hasan? It's actually insane. And like, yeah, Israel's killing aid workers, and which is why I think it's just insanely brave to be any kind of humanitarian worker and volunteer to go to Gaza, because you know that Israel has they literally have a hit out on aid workers and journalists.
And everything,
No,
anything they would have done would have been.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago and look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
What, in terms of like
Find
attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians.
What? Whoa. So now Ethan's going to say that Netanyahu didn't want an excuse to ethnically cleanse Gaza? I mean, he got tons of warnings. Pretty sure like Egypt was sending warnings to Israel, being like, they're planning to do an attack on October 7th. And Netanyahu's like, no, they're not going to do that. Let's just ignore it. We need our troops in the West Bank to continue colonization there.
This has been the agenda of at one time, what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger a portion of the Israeli politic. So, I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So, yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less.
Zachary, come on, bro. Targeted, killed, burned alive journalists in Gaza attacked by Israel. In the latest attack on reporters in Gaza, a journalist is burned alive and others wounded in a targeted strike on a media tent outside a hospital. I mean, what do you call targeting media members other than putting a hit out on them? Like, that is putting a hit out on them when they're like, kill that journalist, kill that, like, blow up that media tent. The 33-year-old freelance photographer had returned to a tent in front of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, where he'd been based along with other journalists since the start of Israel's war in Gaza. Then they were jolted awake. I woke up to the sound of a huge explosion nearby, Schott said. My colleagues and I immediately rushed out of the tent. I had my mobile phone to film. The strike had directly hit the journalist tent across from us. I was horrified to target journalists like this. Like, what? Is that just an accident? They just targeted a random tent? No, dude, they put out hits on journalists. They want to kill journalists. The Israeli army said, okay, so then we can read more about this, but more than 200 journalists and media workers have been killed by Israeli forces since October 2023. More than 200 journalists have been killed. And you're like, oh yeah, bro. Yeah, they literally put a hit out on them. No, that's their modus operandi. That's how they operate. They try to kill journalists because they don't want people to be reporting on what's happening in Gaza.
Could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
Like, Ethan should just be banned from the internet for saying that. Hamas could have ended the war at any time, too. Like, I really wish that Sam Seder did get a little bit more emotional and really dress down Ethan, because this is just, like, disgusting shit that he's repeating.
In November, in December, they could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime, too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By leaving, by releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
Really, you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made.
They have said this over.
I don't believe that. By
over.
leaving, by releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over.
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite.
Okay, so, I mean, took me 2 seconds to look this up. CNN, Netanyahu calls defeating Israel's enemies the supreme objective, not freeing hostages. It took me like 10 seconds to look this up. What am I saying? 2 minutes. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Thursday that defeating Israel's enemies is more important than securing the release of the remaining hostages in Gaza. Do we need to read more? While the Prime Minister acknowledged that freeing the 59 remaining hostages is a very important goal, he described Israel's fight against its enemies as the supreme objective of the war. Literally saying, we're not, like, okay, not literally, but very clearly stating that we're not going to stop until Gaza, like, Hamas is dead. But we know that Hamas is apparently defanged enough, to borrow a phrase from Lonerbox, because his former defense secretary, Yoav Gallant, said, we have no more military objectives in Gaza to achieve. Like, we should stop invading there. We should stop bombing there. But Netanyahu just wants to do the complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. That's not a military objective. It's like a fucking white supremacist colonial objective. That's the supreme objective. How stupid is Ethan Klein? Does he actually think the supreme objective is to free the 59 remaining hostages? It takes 5 seconds to look this shit up. It took me 5 seconds to look it up. And this motherfucker has a podcast with millions of subscribers, and he's never done it. What the fuck? Bro, we need to have a higher standard of fact-based content put out on YouTube. What the fuck is happening, bro? Where are the community notes for all of this shit? Like, this shit should be taken down for the amount of misinformation that Ethan's putting out there on a daily basis to hundreds of thousands of viewers every single day.
I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right?
Ethan, it takes 10 seconds. Have one of your multitudes of producers send it to your fucking iPad, where you apparently have enough time to derail the most important question. This is the $1 million question, and you have time to derail the $1 million question to bring up the fact there's no bomb shelters in Gaza for some reason. If you can do that, then for sure you can derail your conversation with Sam for 5 seconds to find this very easily found article that was published like 20 days ago. Right? You can do that, Ethan. You're not a fucking invalid. Why is he like this? Why is he so shitty? Why is he such a shitty person?
Like, is it what's in response to?
At any time they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
what have they done to end the war?
Early dawn to say Hamas.
You can't end the war because it's not a war. It's a genocide. Bro, what the fuck are you talking? Netanyahu just said the supreme objective is not freeing the hostages. Literally on March 1st. That was 30 days ago, yesterday. Netanyahu just said that it was not the point. The point was to not free the hostages. They're not fighting a war to free hostages. They're doing a genocide to ethnically cleanse Gaza. You dumb motherfucker. Holy shit, how can someone be this stupid? How can someone be this dumb?
Offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to
That's not
defend
true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
as
either.
being inevitable. Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel have done? You
Yeah.
tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is
It's funny that he even lies about that. I've clearly stated that what they've done is wrong. But you've said they're justified in doing it because that response was inevitable. If you think the response is inevitable, that means that they couldn't have done anything differently. So how could it be wrong if they couldn't have done something differently? You're such a... God, I need to come up with new insults for this guy. A loser, idiot, dumbass, vile human being. Coward? I think coward's underused. He's a moral coward. He's a logical coward. He hides behind logical fallacies. He says one position, then switches into another position, and there's no congruency between those two. Like, I don't know, he's spineless. He's spineless. He's spineless in his support for Zionism and his insistence on blaming Hamas for everything. Just like a gross person. Can I say that? Have I said that before?
a beautiful thing. But in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes, I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
When
is
do you
that
think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam, do you want me to answer, Sam? Because Sam, I'm really trying to hold it down here, bro. But you can't keep stepping on my toes like that. It's so uncool. Oh my God, he is a baby. He's a baby.
So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission.
I just love this line of thought from Ethan Klein, because he's like, no, Israel's completely justified in trying to get the leaders of Hamas. Okay, so, but you acknowledge that the IDF is bad too, right? So is Hamas justified in trying to get the leaders of Israel? Or should maybe the United States start bombing Israel to try to get the leaders of Israel? Should France bomb Israel to try to get the leaders of Israel? Like, what is this line of logic? And we know this is just a racist double standard that Ethan Klein has, where he thinks that, well, Netanyahu's a bad guy, but he should be tried because he's a white person. He should go to the ICC and get tried as a war criminal. That's what Ethan Klein would say. But the leaders of Hamas, they should just get bombed like the dogs they are, because they're not white. So we don't give them the same kind of treatment as we do white people. That's just the racist double standard that Ethan Klein has. Maybe it could be white, non-white, Jew versus Arab. It does seem like he's racist against Arabs. Like, he's literally said, I want an ethnostate because otherwise there's too many Arabs in Israel if we don't have an ethnostate. Like, that's literally what he said. He's like, and the Arabs are going to pogrom us. That's just racism, Ethan.
But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me.
Yeah, they should just bomb them a little bit. Just bomb them a little bit. I mean, how can you say that Israel should be allowed to respond to that, but can Hamas respond to Israel bombing them? I mean, why aren't you saying that Hamas is justified in bombing Israel, right? Like, it's a complete double standard, and you're always going to have this double standard if you justify any kind of violence, which is why I have the enlightened way of peace. My way is the enlightened way, and my way is giving everyone equal rights, and we're all going to hold hands and sing beautiful songs while eating fresh, clean Israeli hummus. We're going to be the enlightened citizens of Pisralestine. It's going to be a beautiful country. But Ethan's like, but if we do that, the Jews are they're gonna get holocausted. That's too many brown people in Israel. That's too many Arabs in Israel. You can't do that. No. And then Ethan just like spazzes out and has his entire podcast crew going, Ethan, here's a cold towel. Here's a cold, wet towel on your brow. Hopefully you'll come back too. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about here? I don't even know. Oh yeah, the inherent contradiction in saying that Israel's justified in any kind of violent action. No, they're not. They're not justified in any kind of violent action. And it's just so funny to me that Ethan's like, I'm not a Zionist. I just want Israel to genocide them a little bit. Yeah, you're a Zionist then, dude. Like, if you weren't a Zionist, you wouldn't justify any kind of violence that Israel did after October 7th. But you insist on justifying violence done by the IDF to kill innocent Palestinians. They're not doing targeted strikes on Hamas. Are you fucking kidding me? You're justifying them bombing hospitals.
The non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like, obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways, I think, that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international.
So this is fucking ridiculous, right? Sam says, yeah, I think they should try to do peace. And Ethan's like, well, I mean, yeah, they should do peace, but after they've done a genocide a little bit. It's literally what he's saying. Sam's like, yeah, they should do peace. And Ethan's like, are you delusional? You think they do peace on October 8th? And Sam's like, I didn't say what I think they do. I said what they should do. And then Ethan's like, okay, well, they should like do some targeted missions and some targeted genociding. And Sam's like, okay, well, at what point? And Ethan's like, well, I mean, they should find peace. So you agree with Sam. You just want to get your licks in before then. Like, how does Ethan not realize that part of the peace process could be getting the leaders of Hamas and trying them? How does he not realize that you can have peace and hold Hamas accountable for the crimes they did, right? Does he not understand that? No, he doesn't, because he thinks that giving peace to the Palestinians at all is giving a green light to Hamas. It's like letting Hamas off the hook. So we need to do some kind of collective punishment on Gaza, because otherwise Hamas gets off free and they win. Hamas wins if we give them peace immediately. That's why we need to do some kind of collective punishment before we do the peace process.
Those people were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were.
Okay. All right, brother. Okay, let's pull up UNRWA. Let's pull up UNRWA. The Great March of Return. The Great March of Return. Oh yeah. Okay, so look at this. The so-called Great March of Return demonstrations began on March 30th, 2018, to demand the end of the Israeli blockade and the right of return for refugees. While protests have continued to be largely non-violent, and the vast majority of those in attendance are unarmed, there are often reported incidents of stone throwing, as well as tire burning, attempts to damage the fence, and since April, some demonstrators flew kites or balloons towards Israel that carried burning rags and damaged Israeli property, including agricultural land. Oh no, guys, they threw a burning rag into the agricultural land. Israeli security forces have responded to these civilian demonstrations with the use of tear gas, rubber-coated bullets, and live ammunition. Great. Sounds exactly proportional. Among the casualties of the first year are 227 UNRWA students who were injured and 13 who were killed. Through the provision of life-saving medical care in its 22 health centers and through psychosocial counseling in our health centers and schools, UNRWA supports patients recovering from injuries sustained during the demonstrations. However, this toll of death and injuries places further stress on an already traumatized population. The effects of the GMR will be felt by Palestinian refugees and others in Gaza for years to come. Read the UNRWA report on the impact of Palestine refugees and UNRWA services. So, I mean, guys, guys, you don't understand. There were Hamas activities. Some people threw stones, and then they flew burning rags over the wall with balloons. You don't get it, guys. There were balloons with burning rags on them. The IDF had to shoot the people. They had to shoot them. Otherwise they could have thrown a stone at a tank. Guys, you don't understand it. Tires were literally burning. And wait, and Ethan doesn't like the comparison of Hamas to the ANC because the ANC only targeted infrastructure, and I guess the Hamas activity is that they had burning rags that damaged Israeli property and and there were attempts to damage the fence. Wait a second, that's exactly what Ethan said the ANC did that was good. So he should be supporting this. No, it's Hamas activity. Those are Hamas stones. You guys, you don't understand. Those stones that they threw over, they were Hamas stones. They were terror stones. Terror rags and terror kites and balloons. You have to watch out for those terror balloons, guys. They have a really scary pop when they finally pop open. Hobbits are crazy good at throwing stones. And with the lack of nutrition in Gaza, I wouldn't be surprised if the IDF thought they were hobbits. Funnily enough, was pro-apartheid. They spend a lot of money on those tanks. You wouldn't want the paint scratch. Yeah, that's true. It's so fucking insane. Like, once again, this guy's just a scumbag. He's so scummy. But you think that those were non-violent? But did you know that they were carrying Hamas stones, Sam? Did you know that they had Hamas stones with them? Stones can really hurt. I got hit by one once. You know, kites are really dangerous. I like wrenched my arm when a sudden gust of wind came through. Kites can really hurt people, especially when they have a burning rag.
We're trying to cross the border.
You're telling me that in the
okay, like I'm being a little facetious here, but have you ever seen a burning rag? Have you ever had to put a burning rag and extinguish it out? It takes minutes. It takes minutes of your time, Sam. It's so stupid.
the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Militants were trying to.
So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
Yeah, it's the Great March of Return. It's a protest movement to try to get the right to return to their ancestral homeland, which is the whole point of Israel, apparently giving people the right to return to their ancestral homeland. Oh, they were trying to get into Israel. So now it's a crime to try to get into Israel. It's a crime punishable by death to try to get into Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You've lost the plot.
But not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
Oh, militants were trying to cross the border. But apparently it was the fucking UNRWA students that died. Wait, where were we? What did they say? 227 UNRWA students were injured and 13 were killed, but it was the militants. Among the casualties are 227 UNRWA students who were injured and 13 who were killed. But it's the militants that were trying to cross the border. And it was the militants that were trying to get in. Because you don't understand, Sam. Gazans, when they protest Israel, they become militants. See, guys, look. Let's pull up an image of this. Great March of Return. Guys, let's look at all of the militants. Let's look at all of the militants on here. Do you see all of the guns? Do you see all of the guns they have? Look at all of those guns, guys. There's so many. Look at that. Can't you see all of the guns? I mean, they're probably just doing concealed carry, right? It's adult Palestinians. They're 12-year-olds, but that's close enough to adult. Look at this. Look at this militant. Look at this Palestinian militant carrying the flag. This flag means genocide to Jews, don't you know? Look at all of these militants over here, sitting there menacingly next to piles of burning trash. Look at these Palestinian militants, so menacing. All right, one more. Look at this guy. This guy's got a stretcher. That's probably up to no good. A stretcher in Gaza? What's he trying to do? Save militants? Is he trying to save Hamas members' lives? Look at all of these guys. This guy's got a backpack on. They should kill him. Number one sniper target here. He's got a backpack. Take him out. He could damage the fence. This guy's got a camera. We have to execute him. He's showing pictures of the fence. Dude, what the fuck are we doing, Ethan? Oh, it's the militants doing the Great March of Return.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Like, I really think at this point, Sam's just like, this guy's fucked up, man. I don't really have any value in talking to him anymore. Because Ethan Klein doesn't exist in the same reality as people who cover this shit. And I'm not even saying I cover Israel and Palestine because it's too depressing to cover. But Sam does, Emma does, Hasan does, Kyle Kalinske does. Ethan Klein doesn't exist in the same level as them, and he doesn't even exist in the same level as me, who, when I have a question about something, I just look up an article to it. Like, I do the bare minimum amount of research to the point where I can feel confident talking about this issue. Ethan Klein doesn't even do that. There's no point in talking to someone like him. The most you can do is try to ridicule him on a public stage and make him lose popular support. That's the most you can do. And then maybe when he's ruined, he can re-examine himself and he can understand that, man, I was really fucked. That was really fucked up what I did. That's the best you can hope for. So I think Sam's like, I kind of don't have anything left to say to you because you exist in a different reality than I do.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously,
Yes.
they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use...
Yeah, Ethan said it's inevitable, which means that he doesn't think Israel did anything wrong. He says this genocide is inevitable. I mean, this is really... I've been saying that Ethan's like a disgusting person and he's spreading a lot of disgusting misinformation, trying to whitewash this genocide and being like, well, all of these other people were like perfect victims, so you can't compare Hamas to the ANC, you can't compare Hamas to the IRA, you can't compare Hamas to slaves. But he's done a lot of disgusting things. But to say that the genocide Israel's doing is inevitable is really as low, like it's not as close to a justification of genocide as you can get. That is a justification of genocide. That straight up is a justification to say that no, the dominoes have been set and Israel had nothing they could do but to genocide Gaza. He's just justifying genocide right now. Man, it's weird to see. Thank you for the super chat, Lars. T-1 week until Sam becomes enemy number 1 of the show. Oh, I think that happened yesterday, my friend. They do not like Sam anymore. No, so all discussing genocide apologia. All I ask is 20% more accountability / agency to Hamas / Palestinians, and I will literally switch to your side, be normal. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Hamas has been on the table for accepting a ceasefire deal since at least May 2024, a year ago, and Israel has rejected it at every turn until Trump got inaugurated, forced Israel to accept the ceasefire deal. Hamas went through every level of the ceasefire deal until Israel said, nah, I don't feel like doing it anymore, and then continued the genocide. What more do you want Hamas and Palestinians to do? Do you want me to condemn Hamas? Do you want me to say that Palestinians and Hamas were wrong to do October 7th? That it was a bad thing to do? It was a bad thing to do. What the fuck do you want from me, dude? Israel has insisted on continuing this ethnic cleansing at every turn. What do you mean I need 20% more agency for Palestinians in Israel for you? Why don't you tell me how much agency you think Israel and why don't you tell me how much agency you think Palestine and Hamas has, and then I can get back to you. Gaza fights for freedom, 102.43, 106.16, 106.19. Gaza fights for freedom? What is this? Is this a timestamp in the episode? Thank you for the super chat, Jake Jones. You're going to need to elaborate. Gaza fights for freedom, 102.43, 106.19. Abby Martin documentary from 2019 from within the Gaza during the march. All right, let's take a look at it. I'll play this though.
Food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes. I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it.
All right, Jake Jones, we'll watch that after this debate.
You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder like what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like I don't think it's inevitable. Just to use an example, and
so Sam's basically saying, why do you think that Israel doing a genocide is inevitable? You must think that Israelis are really bloodthirsty and really Islamophobic and hate Palestinians. You must think that Israelis have no moral standard whatsoever if you think this depravity was inevitable. Sam's like, you have a really low opinion of Israelis. Numbers go up. You missed Ethan's incredibly disgusting face reaction. Oh my God. Okay, give me a timestamp. Thank you for that. Did I miss it? Where was it? Was it recent? Was it in the last 5 seconds?
this country, that country and their agenda, I think, than you. Response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder like what it is that you think is in that body politic.
go back to after Sam saying bombing hospitals was inevitable? Okay, I'll rewind it a minute.
Hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes. I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what.
Oh my God, HK! Wow, got some big gifted subs today. Everyone, thank you. Everyone say thank you to HK for the 50 gifted subs. And if you were not lucky enough to get a gifted sub and you want your name to be all pretty in green, consider subscribing. It's only $1 a month and you will have a nice, pretty name. And like, I don't know what the stickers are, but maybe I could like do stickers too, since I do stupid drawings like that during the chat. But anyway, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, HK.
What you must think of an Israeli body politic.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Lars. As bad as Ethan did here, he'd do even worse without that laptop in front of him where he's getting fed talking points and advice by like 6 people. It's crazy. Like, the thing is, I think it would be a much more enjoyable conversation if Ethan didn't have the laptop and he didn't have his crew surrounding him. Like, if it was like, I don't want a moderator. I don't like debates with a moderator unless it's like we're going to be super official about this and it's a topic worth debating. But I would like a neutral position. I would like a neutral stage where Ethan doesn't have all of this hullabaloo surrounding him and distracting him.
Where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like, to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder, like, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think.
So this is a great example by Sam, and it's obviously very topical. What I think is so funny when we get into these conversations is you have guys like Lonerbox, and oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. So Lonerbox is covering this shit, and it's just funny, right? You have guys like Lonerbox, and you have people being like, oh, well, how can you say that Israel is all genocidal? How can you say that all Israelis want to kill civilians? Isn't that anti-Semitic? And it's like, no, dude, we can say that based off of polling data, and it would be accurate to say that about 50% of Americans are racist and want to deport Hispanic people. That would be accurate to say too. I'm not going to get my panties in a bunch over it and be like, wow, you're being so anti-American right now. I feel prejudiced against. I feel like I'm being discriminated just because we're doing a pogrom on Hispanic immigrants and even non-immigrants, just like Hispanic people in general. Wow, you're criticizing me because my country's doing a pogrom and you're criticizing Americans? I feel personally insulted by that. It's like, get over yourselves. We're talking about the actual genocidal Israelis, and based off of polling data, there's a lot of them. I just want to find this one. Cassie Pants, thank you for becoming a channel member. Lonerbox with a great take. Lonerbox, oh yeah, this one was so funny. I love Lonerbox. Why does he remind me of like a llama or something like that? Llama box.
Sorry. The only real position is, and a lot of these people actually believe this, like they do,
117. Okay, thanks, Jake Jones. Sorry, like, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Giving super chats does make me read the chat more often. So if you actually want my attention, I'm not trying to be like a whore, but I'm just not good at reading the chat. If you spam it enough times in regular chat, I'll probably read your chat. But if you want to get my attention quick, throw me a dollar or two. Anyway, so wait, what was the timestamp? 1 hour 17. Okay, we'll watch that. I just want to get through this debate first, and then I think we'll I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. Okay, so what does Llama Box have to say about this?
Doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Sorry. The only real position is, and a lot of these people actually believe this. Like they do. They just don't want to admit it. It's that the polling on Jewish opinion on Israel and the diaspora is pretty clear. It's pretty clear that most of them would cross the threshold for Zionist to people who like especially like lefty Puritans. That's just true. The problem is that they can't contend with that because they think that being even a bit Zionist basically makes you a Nazi, which is insanely fucking stupid. It's ahistorical. It's the most disgusting false equivalence. It's not.
Being pro ethnic cleansing and genocide and saying that's Nazi-ish and fascist, when it literally is fascist, that's a false equivalence to Nazism. Also, where is this polling? Where is this polling that American Jews are Zionists? Where is this polling? How many American Jews are Zionists? I love U.S. Jews' connections with and attitudes towards Israel. Wait, this was in May 2021. That's a little distant. Okay, this is June 10th, American Jewish Committee. What is this? AJC survey shows American Jews are deeply and increasingly connected to Israel. So what is this? Amid a sometimes raucous public debate about U.S. support for Israel, 85% of American Jewish adults believe it is important for the U.S. to support Israel in the aftermath of October 7th, and 57% of American Jews report feeling more connected to Israel or their Jewish identity after October 7th than before. And this was June 10th, 2024. When asked what they have done to feel connected, 17% said they have attended synagogue or synagogue events since Hamas's attack. Despite rising anti-Semitism making Jews feel less safe, American Jews are defiantly proud about who they are and even more connected to Israel. So once again, when you say even more connected to Israel, that doesn't necessarily mean like you support Israel as an ethnostate. But if you're saying that 85% of American Jewish adults believe it's important for the U.S. to support Israel, that is pretty shitty. But what I love about this, I believe Bonerbox was the one feeding Ethan ants. No way, he wasn't. Oh, thanks for the donation, Zachary. Sorry to try to bite your head off there, but what I love about Lonerbox is like let's leave the Nazism out of it. Zionism is a form of fascism, right? It's scapegoating Palestinians. It's just a form of fascism. It's like the chosen people need to have this chosen land, and we need to do violence, military actions to achieve this goal. It's just a form of fascism. End of story. Lonerbox is like, liberals, you say that Zionism is a form of fascism, but a lot of American Jewish adults believe in Zionism. So are you willing to criticize them and call them fascist? I'm like, yeah. If you're fascist, I'm gonna say you're a fascist. What's your point? A lot of Christian evangelicals also believe we need to support Israel. A lot of Republicans believe we need to support Israel. Yeah, they're all fascist. Like it's not a gotcha. Like, liberals, you say you're not anti-Semitic, and yet there are many fascists who happen to be Jewish. How do you feel about that? Checkmate. I'm like, okay.
Doesn't make any sense. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Doesn't make sense.
Sorry. The only real position is, and a lot of these people actually believe this. Like they do. They just don't want to admit it. It's that the polling on Jewish opinion on Israel and the diaspora is pretty clear. it's pretty clear that most of them would cross the threshold for Zionist to people who like especially like lefty Puritans. That's just true. The problem is that they can't contend with that because they think that being even a bit Zionist basically makes you a Nazi, which is insanely fucking stupid. It's ahistorical. It's it's the most disgusting false equivalence. It's not historically accurate. You can.
What do you mean it's not historically like? Are you saying they're not literal swastika wearing, card carrying Nazis? Is that what do you mean? It's historically it's historically inaccurate or it's ahistorical? I mean, people are drawing comparisons upon Nazis and their treatment of Jews and Israel's treatment of Palestinians. That's the comparison people are drawing, right? What do you mean? They're not saying no. Literally, Israelis are Nazis. They're the same thing. It's a comparison, you dumb motherfucker. And it's a similar political ideology of fascism, saying that like you're the Ubermensch, saying that no, my people belong here and we have this land and we're going to expand and exterminate the people that aren't genetically worthy enough to be part of our empire. That's literally like the exact same thing Israel's doing, and it's what Nazi Germany did.
You can hold that position. You can hold that position that you think that, but then the bullet that people don't want to bite, people like Hasan and Sam or whatever, the bullet they don't want to bite is that in their world, the majority of Jews on the planet just happen to be, at this moment in time, quite fasci. That's the bullet they don't want to bite for whatever reason, even though everything they say up to that leads you to that conclusion. I think Zionism is Nazism, or Zionists should be treated like Nazis. I think even if you're slightly Zionist or slightly sympathetic towards Israel, you should be treated like a Nazi. Most Jews in the world cross that threshold. Do you think most Jews are kind of like Nazis?
Do I think most Jews are kind of like Nazis? I wouldn't say most Jews, but the ones that act like Nazis, I'd say are like Nazis. Like, it's not hard to do this. I'm not going to say, oh, well, you know, you're acting really Nazi-like and you're really fascy, but I can see you're Jewish, so I'm going to give you a pass. No, what do you mean, dude? It's so stupid. Like, this guy and Destiny act like debate bros, but you listen to their arguments and they're the dumbest shit ever. You'd be like, he's basically saying, you say you stand against fascism, but when you see someone that's fascist, what are you going to do? Call them out for it. It's not difficult. And this is the guy that Ethan brought on to be the new Hasan.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Like, why not? Why not?
No, I would say that, you dumbass. Anyway, like, this is the fucking shit that the H3 podcast crew is, like, bringing up here.
I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring and the only thing that would even mitigate that is there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But
Emily McKenzie, the only kind of songs that I can imagine Lonerbox playing is like granola, oh woe is me, I'm gonna slit my wrists while I strum my acoustic guitar and sing about my like daddy issues, kind of like white girl type of music that you listen to on like NPR music. That's the only type of fucking shit I can imagine Lonerbox doing, where the music video is him in a flannel shirt and he's sitting on like a stump in the middle of the woods, and you just have like nature shots around, and he's like, oh, and I feel so alone. I'm a lonely boy. Like, what is his name? His username is so stupid too. Like, dude, just say depressed box at that point.
But to perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable
It's a different situation. That's completely, yeah. I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where
No,
Hamas, and again, to what end this even matters is
Ethan, you're the one that brought it up, you dumbass. You're like, what should Israel have done? And Sam's like, well, I think they should have ended the apartheid. And Ethan's like, okay, well, we're not in fantasy land here. Like, come on, they would have done a little bit of genocide. Right? It's inevitable that they do genocide. Sam's like, no, it's not. And Ethan's like, well, it doesn't even matter, really. Really, it doesn't even matter. Then why are you bringing it up?
it doesn't ultimately. But you know, Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny
deterring,
that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So
just just one more thing about the whole idea that 85% of Jewish people are Zionist. There is a big push within Israel and also within basically a big push by Zionist organizations to define your Jewishness as being supportive of Israel. And so Zionists wouldn't consider Sam Seder a Jew. That's why Ethan Klein kind of makes fun of the fact that Sam Seder is Jewish, and he even calls him a token Jew at different points throughout his podcast. That's why Ethan Klein has called, what's that guy's name? Raj? Is it Raj? On the Arabs podcast, a token Jew. That's why he calls Matt Lieb a token Jew or a self-hating Jew. Because he's doing Hasbara, he's trying to define Jewishness as support for the state of Israel, basically like military support, monetary support, like going there, touring there, tourism. And there's a lot of organizations that have been used to try to shut out people that are vocally anti-Zionist. That's why a lot of people that join Jewish Voice for Peace do get kind of excommunicated from their family, and they get shut out from their family, and they're not treated the same way when they go back home or to their synagogues or to their communities that they grew up in. It's really dark. And so it's like, even Zionism isn't good for Jews. Just point blank, it's not good for Jews in terms of their safety, in terms of the safety of Israel. Jews aren't safe in Israel, and it's not good for Jews' well-being and familial and friendship connections and their social relationships outside of Israel. Because if you have a disagreement on Zionism, then you're going to be ostracized. And that's by design, because anti-Zionist Jews are a big thorn in the side of Israel's propaganda campaign. And so, when you get polls that say 85% of Jews want to support Israel, really, Zionists want that number to be 100% of Jews. And even if they would say, oh, well, it's 85, that 15% doesn't count. They're not actually Jewish. That's where we're at in terms of Zionist organizations.
I wonder about that last part, but
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. Obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent a threat to Israel. And I think that's I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like,
Yeah, that's a point. That's a good point, Glizzy Mouse. Like, I love how this whole debate leaves out the rich white Christians who funded the whole shit so that their white Jesus can come back and give them paradise. But the issue is this. In Ethan's world, there can't be a significant amount of non-Jewish Zionists, because if there are non-Jewish Zionists, then he can no longer say criticizing Zionists is anti-Semitic. He wants Zionists to be an exclusive term reserved for Jewish people, right? And his whole point of being online and attacking Hasan is to try to malign him as being anti-Semitic because he criticizes Zionism. So he has to ignore the Christian Zionists. He has to ignore the white supremacist Zionists. He has to ignore the Republican Zionists that are just trying to get money from the military-industrial complex. He has to ignore all of these things and insist that it's only a word reserved for Jewish people, and it's only used as a dog whistle to refer to Jewish people. And so when Hasan says Zionism, he's not actually talking about the political ideology. What he's talking about is the racist Nazi dog whistle to talk about Jewish people.
the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know, it's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters.
Wonder who sent him that.
In Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop, to ceasefire. Ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
They were
500,000.
Doesn't mean that. And then once again, like, a ceasefire is meaningless. Israel's broken countless ceasefires.
Were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages?
Well, what's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much time.
500,000 Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from?
I mean, okay, we can. Maybe this isn't what Ethan's talking about, but just according to this Wikipedia article on November 11th, 2023. Okay, let's just take a look at this. Thousands of Israelis rallied in Tel Aviv to demand the release of the hostages. On November 18th, tens of thousands of Israelis, including families of Gaza captives, completed a 5-day march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, demanding the Israeli government to prioritize a hostage deal. Approximately 100,000 people gathered at Hostage Square in Tel Aviv to mark 50 days of hell. January 2024, April 2024, June 2024, August 2024. Thousands of Israelis. Thanks for the super chat, Columbia Rican, New York. Sorry, but I can't unsee Ethan's crooked hairline. Hey, on this channel, we accept all different kinds of hairlines, okay, guys? On the 10th of August, 2024, thousands of Israelis joined weekly anti-government protests demanding a hostage deal. Protesters were threatened with arrest in Hadera. Is this the national strike? Okay, this is it. You might need a drink after this, so here's one on me. Oh my god, thank you so much, Valentin. I like your username. On September 20, I don't drink alcohol, but maybe I'll have some lemonade that I have in my fridge. On September 1st, 2024, the trade union Histadrut announced a one-day general strike to be held on the following day in protest for refraining from reaching a prisoner's deal with Hamas. The largest protest since the 2023 Hamas-led attack on Israel took place on the same day, with 300,000 protesting in Tel Aviv and 200,000 in additional parts of Israel, according to Hostages and Missing Families Forum. MK Nama Lazimi was injured when police threw stun grenades into Ayalon Highway. A total of 34 protesters were arrested, but courts released 18 of them without further punishment. So what were these protests for? Protests, which represent about 200, said workers would be allowed to join the strike. The Arab citizens of Israel joined the strike. Tens of thousands of Israelis protested for the second day of rage. Protesters marched to the Metzudat Ze'ev in Jerusalem. Likud headquarters. In Jerusalem, protesters broke through barriers near Netanyahu's residence and clashes occurred with the police, who forcefully arrested several. Netanyahu's speech about the Philadelphia corridor was met with mixed reactions from Israeli politicians and public opinion. And on the third day, what were the protests about? Movements, hostages and missing families, political repression. Okay, let's just click on the movements. We read a bit. It's a body established by families of people who were missing or were kidnapped to Gaza as part of the October 7th Hamas-led attack on Israel. Immediate release of all hostages. Immediate opening of humanitarian corridor to supply medicine and necessary equipment to chronically ill and injured. An examination of all hostages by a doctor. The chronically ill and injured, an examination of all hostages by a doctor. Intervention and assistance of the leaders of the neighboring countries in favor of the immediate release of the kidnapped hostages. Okay, so opening of a humanitarian corridor. Well, hopefully this is to Palestinians as well, not just the hostages that they're talking about. Kulanu Hatufim is an organization advocating for the hostages held in Gaza, so that's another movement for the hostages. Kaplan Force is a liberal umbrella organization based in Israel that is carrying out demonstrations against Netanyahu's government. Kaplan Force define themselves as a civil force of a collection of liberal protest organizations in Israel. So just against his government. Charitably, you could say this is against the violence that they're doing. You can say they're going for a ceasefire. Political repression, criticize protesters, and address a counter demonstration in Jerusalem. So yeah, it doesn't seem like. Let's just see if we can find a ceasefire caused by Benjamin Netanyahu to announce a ceasefire and prisoner exchange. What is this? Israeli hostage deal protests. Refusal of a Benjamin Netanyahu to announce a ceasefire. Okay. The protests aimed to pressure Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire and reach a hostage deal. The protests began sporadically. I mean, yeah, but we just looked at the different movements that were involved, and all of them were about getting the hostages out. There was nothing that's like, let's stop this violence and stop the genocide that we're doing. So when Ethan's like, no, they wanted a ceasefire, it's like, we don't have to play this semantic game. They wanted the hostages out. A ceasefire could be a way to get the hostages out. If that is the pathway to get the hostages out, then they'd be happy to do it. But that doesn't mean they're against what Israel's doing in terms of killing Gazan civilians. But at the end of the day, I mean, you can look up the polling of Israel and see how many support the IDF. I mean, even as recently as like a week ago, 60% of Israelis support returning to Gaza. Nearly 60% of Israelis support returning to fighting Hamas in Gaza. So that's 60% of Israelis support a continuation of the genocide. This was done March 19th, 2025, like 10 days ago, 12 days ago. So yeah, I don't think Ethan really wants to die on this hill by trying to argue that the majority of Israelis really care about Palestinians.
The Israeli people. I mean, the idea that
I should watch Louis Theroux's most recent documentary.
Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened.
And the other thing, guys, that we need to think about is, even if Israel got a ceasefire done with the hostages, we have seen that a ceasefire is not an end to the genocide. It's a pause to the genocide while they get hostages out, but then inevitably Israel breaks the ceasefire and continues the genocide. So yeah, it's not like Ethan acting like, oh, they wanted a ceasefire. That's not the point. That's not like the touche that he thinks it is.
18 years ago.
Sam, you
when
said the
half the
majority of
population
Israelis
inside
want civilians to die.
I think the majority.
Right. It also doesn't even matter. Like, we can take a look at the effective actions of the government, and the effective actions of the government are atrocious.
Of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
This is so stupid.
Well, that's my contention.
As I said before, this is such circular reasoning. Ethan's like, they're jaded and cynical, and that's why they support the genocide. Okay, well, why did the genocide start in the first place? They're jaded and cynical because, as you said, they're feeling alone and isolated, and they're isolated because of the genocide. But they weren't doing a genocide at the beginning. So it's like, it's just circular reasoning. He's like, because of the genocide they're doing, they want to do genocide. They want to do genocide because of the genocide.
Was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of the of Israeli citizenry that want to see.
I mean, 60% of Israelis literally 12 days ago said they wanted to kill more civilians in Gaza. So yeah, literally the majority of Israelis want to kill civilians in Gaza.
Ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope, but that's all the most recent
horrible
data.
Yeah, no, I know that the sentiment
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the.
Bro, Ethan's like, the country of Israel has a population of 5 million. I look it up. It's like that doesn't sound right to me. 7.2 million Jews, 2,000 non-Jewish people. Okay, but apparently it has a population of 5 million.
Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think it's.
Oh yeah, garlic fries. I saw that. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
And sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that, and like, it just feels hopeless sometimes. But
it certainly does. But in the meantime, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN.
Yeah, exactly.
We should.
It's the real tragedy that's come out of this war has been that Israelis feel jaded. Bro, that killed me. That killed me when I first heard that.
We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's,
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing. And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that front. Certain.
We won't.
So once again, if Ethan wanted to be morally consistent, he would advocate either to bomb Israel to try to eliminate the leaders of the IDF, or to stop bombing Hamas and get the ICC to try to hold their leaders accountable. But he's not consistent. He has one set of punishments and one way that white people get treated, and then one way that Arabs get treated. And unfortunately for the people in Hamas, the way that the way Arabs get treated is they get extrajudicially punished and just bombed to smithereens by Israel. Whereas with Israel, let's just do let's slightly pressure them economically and then hold their leaders to account in the International Criminal Court. But, when it comes to Hamas doing bad things, we got to go in there and we have to do stealth missions and execute them and bomb hospitals because they put their strongholds underneath hospital buildings. So of course we need to bomb the hospitals.
No.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I don't know what's ultimately the disagreements here.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not. It's largely, in my mind, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back in the
ceasefire.
I don't know if there's been
ceasefire.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
Listen, Ethan, your disagreements is that you lie to your audience. What do you mean? Our disagreements is that I'm a little bit too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry. No, dude, you're not optimistic. You have such a low opinion of Israelis that you think the genocide they did was inevitable. How the fuck is that being optimistic about their population? If that's being optimistic about their population, then what's being pessimistic? Shooting for world domination? Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about, bro? Oh, yeah, I'm optimistic about the Israeli population. No, bro, no. The difference between you and Sam Seder is that you lie and you spread misinformation in favor of trying to make Israel look like the innocent good guy in this situation. And Sam calls your lies out. He calls your bullshit out and makes you look like a fool.
I'm not here to adjudicate what
I'm just trying to summarize our
are
conversation. That's all.
Well, I mean, you summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, like, it is what it is. And I think I don't. Remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it. But
bro, I feel like that's a snipe at Ethan. For some reason, I feel like Sam's been told that Ethan gets a lot of his information off of ChatGPT, because I've never heard Sam talk about AI before, except in this conversation with Ethan, and he throws that in there as one last jab before he dips out.
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
we'll leave it to the robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway, and that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Thanks, I will.
Bye.
All right, you too. Bye.
That was way different than I thought it was going to be.
Oh,
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't get turned off by the combativeness.
So right.
Maybe it's that's the half Jewish
issue,
part
though.
of me.
But the truthfully is like, again, on the larger points, we agree. That's why I take cross with this issue of being like, he's a genocide supporter, he's a fucking baby killer, and all this insane. He goes, Sam, you never heard of hyperbole? Yeah, I've heard of hyperbole. It's fuck.
You're the king of hyperbole.
Yeah. So I mean, like, is my downfall that I have too much faith or I have too much optimism in the Israeli citizenry? Maybe. I guess that's where we differ. That seemed to be where we are differing the most. I don't know.
I think you're right to identify that as yeah. And I mean, Sam is older and
It's getting hot, guys. All right, let the copium begin. I do have to rewind it. Did I get owned?
Of hyperbole. It's fuck.
You're the king of hyperbole.
It's like, again, on the larger points.
It out. And I enjoyed that as a
Joy.
Thanks, I will.
Bye.
You too, bye.
That was way different than I thought it was going to be.
I love how upfront Ethan is about he so obviously wanted to get Sam Seder to come onto his show and be like, what are you talking about, Ethan? Why are all of these people being so mean to you? You're a stand-up young man. Come here, let me pat you on the back and tell you how good you're being. You're not a bad guy at all. And then he talks to Sam Seder, and Sam Seder's like, dude, you have atrocious opinions on this subject. And Ethan's like, what? You were supposed to be my security blanket, Sam. Come on. You're a fellow Jew, right? Like, how could a Jew really feel this way about Zionism? He's such a charlatan.
Oh,
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't
His
think you were
first
owned.
question.
I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't get turned off by the combative.
Does Ethan pay you by the compliment? Does he pay you per show or per compliment, Dan? Or per ass kissing? I'm just curious. I'm curious about what your contract is. Per compliment or per show? What's the answer?
So part right.
Maybe that's the
People
half
get squeamish on this
Jewish
issue,
part
though.
of
Yeah.
me.
But the truthfully is like, again, on the larger points, we agree. That's why I take cross
What
with this
points?
issue of being like,
Speak it.
he's a genocide supporter, he's a fucking baby killer, and all this insane. He goes, Sam, you never heard of hyperbole? Yeah, I've heard of hyperbole. It's fuck.
You're the king of hyperbole.
Yeah. So I mean, like, is my downfall that I?
Oh my god, thank you, Salamander, so much for the 10 gifted. If you were lucky enough to get gifted a sub by Salamander, say thank you in the chat. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Makes me feel a bit less crazy. How are you not subscribed, Salamander? You're just giving out gifted subs? Also, Lars, thank you so much for the super chat. I don't understand them. Last week they called Sam a token Jew, but also he thought they would agree on everything. Makes 0 sense. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Well, like, how dumb is Ethan that he thought Sam would agree on everything that he had to say? But you're also calling him a token Jew. Like, I think they just thought that Hasan was using Sam as a token Jew, but he actually wasn't a token Jew. But Ethan's called every Jewish anti-Zionist that he's interacted with a token Jew before. And well, what I'm really curious about is what Ethan Klein has to say when we see her back onto the show. Like, guys, I'm not trying to be the fucking like misogynistic thing of, oh, it's a woman that made the man get all twisted and evil and like shriveled up. Ela Worm-Tongue Klein twisting Ethan's mind, curling his brain around her Zionist finger. I'm not trying to do that, but The only reason I bring up Hila is because she literally said, Sam Seder, another one that I want to burn. And then she had this, then she watched probably in horror as Ethan was having this conversation with Sam and like fumbling all of his Zionist Hasbro talking points. I want to see her reaction to it.
Have too much faith,
We're going to watch a little bit more of this Copium.
or I have too much optimism in the.
God damn it. Columbia, Rican, NY. You're making me read that comment. Hila made Ethan sleep on the couch after this. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if he was already there.
Israeli citizenry. Maybe I guess that's where we differ. That seemed to be where we are differing the most. I don't know.
I think you're right to identify that as yeah. And I mean, Sam is older, and he's in his 50s or something, and so maybe he's just more jaded.
Yeah, he definitely is more jaded. There's no question about that, and rightfully so, right? Rightfully so.
But yeah.
Ethan, why is it rightfully... First of all, shut the fuck up, Dan, you little bitch. Oh, Sam's more jaded. No, what Sam was doing was citing polls about how Israelis felt about the genocide. That's what Sam was doing. He's more jaded. He's more intelligent than you motherfuckers. He's more honest and truthful than you. He has a higher standard for evidence than you guys do. But saying he's jaded, and then what does Ethan have to say? Rightfully so? Rightfully so? If he's rightfully jaded, which is telling the truth, why aren't you rightfully telling the truth, Ethan?
I enjoyed watching that.
I will say, as a Jewish person, that the contentious point in the argument of the clip of Hasan, it kind of shocked me, to be honest.
I was a little. To be honest, and as much as I love Sam, he was being very obtuse, in my opinion, when trying to talk about that clip to avoid criticizing Hasan, which is fine. I understand he doesn't want to get into that game, right? Of being on record, being like, oh yeah, Hasan shouldn't have said that.
What's that guy's name? There's a reason they leave that guy to do sound bites. Hey, he should stick to the sound bites.
Or whatever, right? But ultimately, obviously, I greatly disagree with him, and I think it's funny how he talks about how dangerous it is for me to call out anti-Semitism, or how ridiculous it is for me to weaponize it like that. It's like when at the same time,
It's a weird thing because you don't really want to I understand the impulse to just want to have a conversation with Sam and keep it with the here and now of.
I just really like this coping. I like the post-stream coping. Let's see what the chat has to say. Eliza, you said it. I didn't say that.
Your beliefs and everything, but the degree to which the harassment that you and Hila have experienced over the last couple of years, it is part of the story, and
yeah, it's true.
I don't know, it's tricky because I get the impulse to not want to get into it, but that is a component of.
Jewish governor of PA just had his house firebombed 2 weeks ago. What the fuck? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with Sam being yeah, conflating Zionism and anti-Semitism is crazy, and that's super dangerous. You should not do that. I feel like you guys agreed on everything except Sam thinks Israeli citizens want to kill Palestinians. Ethan agreed with him, dude.
Of all of this, that
well, and unfortunately, whatever Sam's been peppered with before the debate, I've seen, is his co-host telling him that I'm obsessed.
Hey, Choki, good to see you here. Sam made a big point that the thing that offends him the most is Ethan's deliberate conflation of Judaism and Zionism. Yeah, and his chat is like, wow, you think anti-Semitism doesn't matter. It's no, dude. When you make that conflation, you're increasing anti-Semitism. There's a reason why, what's his name? Josh Shapiro's house was firebombed, and people are investigating it as an anti-Semitic incident. And I do believe the guy who firebombed the house was saying he was doing it because of the actions of Israel. That is a conflation between anti-Semitism and Judaism. Or anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. That's a conflation between those two things.
With Hasan, that I'm having a mental health break, that I'm a genocidal maniac, all this kinds of stuff. So that's kind of, without having any of the backstory, that's the flavor he's coming in with. But ultimately, I find...
Lars, thank you so much. They're all in. Please don't cancel the podcast because you got owned mode. None of these people have a career after this podcast ends. Oh, you're talking about the staff? Because at first I thought you were talking about the fans, and the fans just seem to be completely delusional. You might be right. I haven't really thought about that in a bit. I haven't thought about it in that way before. But Ethan has expressed an interest in ending the podcast because he's obviously not happy, and he's wealthy enough where he's thinking about opening up a factory in the United States. Yeah, that's a good point. I haven't thought about that.
I don't want to speak ill of Sam, right? I appreciate him coming and having an honest conversation with me. I was also disappointed by his response to that specific line of questioning, Zach. I share that with you. And I think the way that he was hand-waving away anti-Semitism as like, it doesn't matter that people are discriminating against Jewish people in America because of what's happening in Gaza. And
are these people stupid? Is Ethan fucking stupid? Did Sam ever say it doesn't matter what people... It doesn't matter that there's anti-Semitism in America because of what's happening in Gaza? Like, he's just a moron. He's just a fucking idiot. There's 2 times Sam spoke about stuff that could potentially be what Ethan's referring to and misremembering in his mind. He's apparently too brain-addled to actually, like, accurately remember this, even though it just happened to him. The first is when Ethan says that, oh yeah, when, like, Israelis feel very jaded and lonely because they feel like the entire country's out to get them. And Sam says, yeah, the fact that that's the first thing you think about as one of the more unfortunate outcomes of the war is really concerning to me. Like, that boggles my mind. And Ethan didn't have a response to that. He's like, oh, well, I mean, we can think about 2 things at once. And he's like, yeah, but you're concerned about the feelings of Israelis. You're concerned about the feelings of Israelis when they're doing a genocide. And your first concern about the outcome of the war isn't Palestinians that are being killed. Like, that's one instance where Ethan could be like, well, Sam's saying that anti-Semitism doesn't matter. And then the other instance is the Hasan clip where Sam said, yeah, that he's talking about anti-Zionism. He's not talking about anti-Semitism. And I have evidence to back that up where there's a bunch of Zionist groups that aren't Jewish. And so if you're anti-Zionist, you're definitively not anti-Semitic because you're going up against a bunch of different groups. Like, is saying I'm anti-America mean that I'm anti-Black? Does it mean that I'm anti-Asian? No, it means that I'm like anti-everyone in America. That's the point. It's like an umbrella term with multiple groups within it. And yes, some Jewish people are Zionist as well. But saying you're anti-Zionist doesn't mean that you're anti-Jewish. It could be used in a dog whistling way, but that's not the way that Hasan was using it. Those are the 2 instances where Sam even touched on something that could possibly be conceived or be perceived as anti-Semitism doesn't matter because there's a genocide going on. And they're seemingly talking about the Hasan clip, which had nothing to do with, I can't talk about anti-Semitism right now because there's a genocide going on. Like, I feel like they're just dumb. I feel like they're really just stupid.
it's like questioning, Zach. I share that.
They also
with you. And
have
I think
a vested interest in playing the victim. A lot of people can't get behind the idea that people really care for the marginalized, oppressed, and besieged people. They see it as a pitiful political tool implemented to make them look bad. That's a good point, Jake. One of my favorite clips out of the last month covering this shit is when Ethan Klein had Mudahar on his podcast, And Mudahar's like, yes, Hasan is grifting off of dead Palestinian children. And I really care about this issue. I care about this issue so much. But Hasan's just grifting off of it. He's made like, what, 200 videos about it? And me, I've made 0. So you are saying you care about this issue so much that you haven't made any videos about it because you're so pure that you don't want to make any money off of it. But Hasan, who has spoken up about it, is grifting, and your evidence that he's grifting is that he has spoken up about it. So Ethan's like, anyone who speaks up about Israel and Palestine and makes money while doing so is a grifter. Even if you don't make money, even if you just get attention, then you want clout. You're grifting for clout. Anyone who speaks up about this is a grifter. Me, I really care about this issue, and the proof that I'm not a grifter and I genuinely care about it is that I never talk about it. It's like the perfect non-falsifiable little logic loop that they've gotten themselves into. The other clip that I thought was hilarious with Mudahar is how he's like, yeah, Hasan went after me, and he's like, you haven't been talking about this shit since October 7th at all. You haven't talked about it at all. And Mudahar's like, well, joke's on you, Hasan. I've known that Israel's doing an apartheid for the past 20 years, and I haven't said it since 20 years ago. I'm even a bigger scumbag than you initially thought I was. It's like saying that like it's some kind of checkmate to Hasan. It was so good.
He's the way that he was hand waving away anti-Semitism as like, it doesn't matter that people are discriminating against Jewish people in America because of what's happening.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know what's going on with Ethan's brain, because it literally just short-circuited. Sam Seder said anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism because there's a bunch of other groups that are Zionist. It doesn't specifically refer to Jewish people. It refers to an ideology, and some Jewish people have that ideology, and a lot of people that have that ideology are not Jewish. And then Ethan takes that and he's like, Sam doesn't care about like, it's like some kind of SpongeBob episode where Patrick is so stupid, you say something to him and he repeats it. He's like, yup, repeats it back. Then they ask him again and he says something completely different. Like, Ethan's a record and he's stuck on repeat, and you just can't break him out of it. If you move the needle a little bit, it will just get stuck back into that same groove. It's so weird. Like, this is a mental refrain. This is almost like a mental tick where he can't get out of it. Sam didn't say anything of the sort. You never mentioned anything of the sort. And you find yourself back in the same rut, rehashing the same old tired arguments that have been debunked countless times. Where's the Noah lawsuit? No update. There was no Noah lawsuit. There was never going to be a lawsuit. That cease and desist letter was crazy bad. Ethan has forgotten that he's a comic, not a commentator. Yeah, I mean, he's getting laughed at now. Does that count?
In Gaza, and it's like, well, first of all, two different issues, kind of. Whatever's happening in Gaza is one thing, and whatever rise into anti-Semitism we're seeing in America is a whole different fucking thing with its own set of problems.
Also, Ethan, don't pretend for a fucking second that you truly care about anti-Semitism, especially in America, when your only coverage of Elon's Nazi shit is being like, oh, well, he sigged hail, let me mimic that on my show and do it multiple times, and then when people get mad at me, be like, fuck you, I'm Jewish, and then do it again. And then you say that most anti-Semitism comes from the right? I mean, from the left? You say most anti-Semitism comes from the left when Elon Musk is literally JQ posting on his website, when Candace Owens and fucking Nick Fuentes are open neo-Nazis. Like, Nazism has never been more popular on right-wing new media than it has now. Like, people like Ben Shapiro, who are fascist, but they're at least not anti-Semitic in their fascism, have fallen off in terms of popularity because the rise of anti-Semitic fascism on the right And you have the nerve to sit there and say that the majority of anti-Semitism is coming from the left in America. You criticize Hasan for going on Theo Von's show, but you don't criticize Candace Owens for going on the same exact show 1 week earlier. Shut the fuck up, you scumbag. Oh, I got off Twitter. I'm doing my part in fighting against anti-Semitism. Yet he does a stream specifically with a bunch of right-wing conservative freaks that's streamed on Twitter where he was playing poker. He has nothing, dude. All he has is a little shred, like a little tiny dangling rope that he can cling on to. And that is, you guys are saying I'm Zionist, and that means that's an anti-Semitic phrase, and that makes me feel really bad, and it makes me a victim. That's all he has. He's not fighting against real anti-Semitism. He's not being a pro-Palestinian advocate. All he's doing is Hasbara and complaining that when he gets criticized for it, it's anti-Semitic.
Problems, and believe it or not, they're both bad to the same extent. Obviously not, right? Obviously, one has an immediate horrible effect in Gaza right now, and
no, HK, you should delete that comment.
And the threat of anti-Semitism is an amorphous, nebulous thing that's like hard to measure and hard to say. And Jews, our whole life in America, people call it the golden age of Judaism, is this time, the past 50, 60, 70 years in America for Jewish people. Mm-hmm. We it's hard to tell, right? You go, oh, what is anti-Semitism? What isn't? And when you're allies with people that, in my opinion, are spreading dangerous ideas, like Hasan is. I think Sam, who grew up in a, I think he sees too much good in Hasan, and I see too much good in the Israeli population.
Wow, that's a great two sides to be on. One person sees too much good in a streamer who's being an advocate against the genocide, and Ethan sees too much good in a population that is doing the genocide. That's the difference that he settled on. That's the fucking wall that he decided to be on one side of and put Sam Seder on the other side of. Holy fuck, dude. Way to make yourself seem like you're supporting genocide. How does he think this is a good thing? How does he think that this is a good look? Wow. I guess Sam Seder just sees too much good in the guy that's being an activist against genocide, and I see too much good in the population that when you poll them, the vast majority supports the genocide. Holy fuck. Holy shit. He's so self-unaware. He's so unaware.
And hey, who's to say who's right? I'm right.
I don't know. Does this section go on a long time? I'm gonna have to speed it up, guys. I did want to get to some of the reactions. Let's watch a little bit more of this and then get into some reactions from the community on like Reddit and Twitter and shit.
Yeah, like
oh, there he is.
In response to what Zach was saying, like when I first saw that clip, I didn't see it that way, but I'm not Jewish, so I found it interesting that you guys are having this conversation to give both perspectives. One thing I kind of wish.
Didn't Ethan say at the beginning of this whole thing, what does it matter if we're Jewish or not? We can just talk about the ideas. And now Dan's like, well, I'm not Jewish, but I enjoyed the conversation. Maybe that's my Jewish side coming out. Zach is like, well, as a Jew, I felt really insulted when Sam Seder said that anti-Zionism is not the same as anti-Semitism. And then AB is like, I'm not Jewish, but I really thought it was why is everyone qualifying themselves on whether they're Jewish or not? How is this irrelevant?
That you guys both could have defined what Zionism is, like what you, because I feel like that's a big point in all of this.
I agree, and it's such a stupid word because it has such a broad meaning. And like when Hasan says Zionist tendencies, that's why I think it's important to ask Sam, who I think is avoiding the question, frankly, because he knows that it looks bad. He doesn't want to answer it. So he responds by saying like, oh, you think this matters? Let's not talk about the specifics of what Zionism.
Sam literally answered your question. What are you talking about? He thinks it looks bad, and so he didn't answer. He literally answered. Guys, we're gonna watch. Who sent me this? Was it Columbia Rican NY? We're gonna watch this doc a little bit. Hopefully it's not copyright. 117. Well, if the stream ends, you know it's copyrighted. Well, this was apparently the march, the Great March of Return. So we'll watch a little bit of this. We'll see if it were. Ethan Klein said that it's Hamas terrorists doing violence. There was Hamas militants trying to cross the border into Israel, and that's why Israel had to shoot them. I'm a human shield, and I act as a human shield, and then they cut it off. Israel doing clip chimping, Ethan Klein living up to the great Israel Hasbara of clip chimping his opponents. It's called Gaza Fights for Freedom, international version with subtitles. Holy shit, it keeps resetting. All right. Gaza Fights for Freedom.
Over Razan's death, the Israeli military.
What the fuck, bro? So she said, I am a human shield, and the IDF was like, Hamas uses human shields. And she's like, no, I'm a voluntary human shield to protect and save the injured people, shielding them from the IDF who want to kill injured Palestinians. Oh my god, dude, that's so insidious. They're literally burning tires so that it makes smoke, so they're a harder target for IDF snipers. And Ethan says that they're burning tires and it's Hamas activity. It's the IDF sniping them, you motherfucker. 227 students got injured, 13 died. That's students, not adults. Look at some of the footage. Yeah, maybe we'll have to watch this later on YouTube when we actually have subtitles. Oh, he's saying Israel is known to be above the law. Yeah, it's a smokescreen. What you're seeing right here is Hamas activity, according to Ethan Klein. Okay, guys, we need to watch this documentary. Like, I'd sit down and watch this whole thing. I'm just gonna bookmark it for now, and then we'll try to find it on YouTube where we actually have subtitles. Yeah, that, I mean, holy shit. One shot, 2 kills, fucking crazy. But yeah, according to Ethan, that's justified because it's Hamas activity, and Hamas militants trying to get into Israel. So Ethan, like the fascists that are in power in America right now, see crossing the border as an offense punishable by death. So yeah, Ethan has no issue sniping children, sniping students that are marching towards the border. He has no issue with that.
His tendency is, because clearly Hasan's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, he doesn't have the context. And by the way, I'm still willing to give Hasan the benefit of the doubt that he's not anti-Semitic, right? But once again, as I've said, yeah, I'm willing to.
Yeah, they were attacking.
I'm willing to, but at this.
Ethan Klein in the same debate. Oh, the ANC were good because they were only attacking infrastructure. Ethan Klein 20 minutes later. Well, you don't understand. The IDF had to kill the Palestinians because they were attacking the fence. It was the militants attacking the fence, so they had to kill them.
What I've said previously is that he's very comfortable fostering a community that is blatantly hateful and anti-Semitic. He's comfortable, expressing these ideas irresponsibly the way he communicates, which is what that clip displays, I think. So while I don't think he's anti-Semitic, I think he's responsible for perpetuating a lot of it. And I think Sam's refusal to answer questions like what does Zionist tendency means was, a way of him avoiding answering a difficult question.
Bro, Sam said, why don't you ask Hasan what a Zionist tendency is? Well, Ethan's ridiculous, dude. He's like, oh, Sam didn't back me up 100% of the time. And when I'm like, well, don't you think this is dumb that Hasan said that? Sam's like, you're talking to him tomorrow. You could ask him yourself. Oh my God, it is. And now Ethan's like, he's a coward. He's a coward.
Question that would impugn Hasan, because frankly, there's really nothing positive to say about what he did. And so Sam took I guess if you want to talk about debate, and Sam's a great debater, right? Everybody knows that. He's a great conversationalist. He doesn't really get the best of. Nobody really gets the best of him in conversation. I mean, the only way he could really take that on was to be like, it doesn't matter, in the totality of things. So that's the road he took, and I was disappointed by that as well. But at the end of the day, I knew it was unlikely that he was going to say a bad thing about Hasan. I was specifically trying not to even go there. In fact, when I showed...
That's such cope. That's such cope. Holy fuck, dude. He's getting high off that copium. Ethan Klein says it's ableist to say that he's a drug user, but we know for sure he's huffing that copium. You really said I'm trying specifically not to go there when you brought Hasan up like 10 times throughout the debate? Will I be going live for the debate? I don't think I'm going to be able to, guys. I'm going to have to recap it afterwards. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to. Ethan's real brave now that Sam left. Ethan's speaking his mind. Goddamn. Okay, let's try to get through this. I don't know, guys. If you've seen this podcast, let me know if there's anything interesting to recap here, or does he just play? Like, I kind of wanted to just hear him cope, and we are hearing him do that.
In that first video of me talking about my views,
We'll watch a little bit more.
I was kind of surprised that he actually had found something to criticize in it. I had said,
What was it? I don't remember.
Let me rewatch that clip because I was quite surprised. Like from the beginning, this conversation.
Oh yeah, it is funny to me though. Like, my favorite part about this whole post debate thing is how shook Ethan is. I think that's the right word for it. Ethan is shook that Sam had so much disagreement with him, and he's kind of shell shocked. He's just like, what was that? Like, what happened? That went way different than I thought it would. Yeah, guys, like, I don't think Ethan's gonna want to debate Hasan. I think, like, listen, so Ethan says he's gonna debate Hasan tomorrow. The ironic thing is Hasan, immediately after the Sam Seder debate, said, yeah, Ethan, I'm down to debate you right now. And Ethan, I think in this video, we'll see Ethan be like, oh, Hasan wants to debate now? Nah, I'm not doing that. So obviously he doesn't want to debate him. The theory goes, this is the theory, and it's not just my theory. The theory is that Ethan wanted to talk to Sam Seder before Hasan, and he specifically set that as a like a goalpost that he had to get through to get to Hasan. And the theory is the reason he wanted to do that, and I think this is like pretty ironclad with evidence. The reason he wanted to talk to Sam Seder is because he wanted Sam Seder to agree with him. He wanted to play clips of him saying good things about Palestine, and he wanted to play clips of Hasan saying bad things about Israel. And he wanted Sam Seder to say, wow, you look totally reasonable, Ethan. And he wanted Sam to also say, and Hasan seems so unhinged. Thank you for showing me the truth. And then Ethan can say, look, guys, you like Sam Seder. Sam Seder agrees with me 100%, so why are you criticizing me? Then he's armed with that. He has that ammunition. Well, Hasan, how can you disagree with me when your golden boy, Sam Seder, agrees with me? He has the same positions as me. That's what Ethan wanted to do going into the debate with Hasan. However, it didn't pan out that way. And I think it's funny because we're going to see Ethan Klein play a bunch more clips of Hasan that he wanted to show to Sam Seder, but that he didn't get time to. And he's like, I didn't even want to bring up Hasan in the first place. So Sam, he's such a liar. Columbia, Rican, NY. Ethan was hoping that Sam agreed with him, so that way he has talking points for tomorrow's debate with Hasan. That's why he's so shell-shocked about it. Yeah, I think he genuinely believed Sam agreed with him. He genuinely agreed Sam believed it with. He genuinely believed Sam agreed with what he had to say. And when Sam just started like ripping into all of his discrepancies and all of his misinformation and false apprehensions about Israel, he's really shook. That's why I used that.
Did not go how I thought it would at all. And it started with this clip here. Actually had found something to criticize in it. I had said,
What was it? I don't remember.
Let me rewatch that clip because I was quite surprised. Like from the beginning, this conversation did not go how I thought it would at all. And it started with this clip here. Let me see. You know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. He was saying that there's this talking point that I've seen percolating on the left, which is that, like, to put it kind of, to summarize it crassly, that like Israelis are evil. Basically. I mean, to put it crassly, right? Like, that's kind of what he's saying, is that, like, the majority of Israelis just want civilians to die. I mean, that's kind of what he said, and he didn't even deny it. I think that's insane. I think that's insane. And especially the context of this clip being 2 days after October 7th, I think it was, the sentiment was a lot different before and after and during and now. The sentiment in Israel's changed a lot. So when I said that, I think it was...
I mean, how can you say the sentiment's changed a lot? I mean, They did a genocide on like they started the genocide on October 8th, and now they're still doing it. Seems like a pretty consistent through line of sentiment to me.
More accurate, I think it's still
Also, the idea that he's like, this is a talking point percolating through the left. Yeah, because people are citing polling data. That's why. We're not just making it up to be anti-Semitic. There's polls coming out of Israel. People are looking at the polls and then talking about the polls.
accurate, but obviously there is a huge problem in Israel of people being, you know, complicit and comfortable with what the military is doing.
Right, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and I don't want to represent myself as an expert on any of this at all. So if
Opinion, Dan.
No, it's definitely not. Just from what I recall reading is that prior to October 7th, support for giving the Palestinians a state in Israel was at basically an all-time high, and that has cratered since October 7th, which is the great, one of the great tragedies of this whole situation, and kind of dark irony of it is it now feels like we are further than ever from some sort of peaceful solution to all this. So.
Oh, and then the thing that we didn't discuss is that most of the peaceniks.
Let me real-time fact check myself on that, because I mean that's a big claim. Yeah. I want to make sure that I'm right, but I seem to remember seeing polls that, you know, generally over the course of the last 10 years or so, support for.
I'm speaking like not just from stats, which I have looked up and seen polls and stuff, but like empirically. I lived in Tel Aviv for 5 years and I know what the people are like there, right? And obviously it's a progressive city.
That's likely one of the more progressive pockets.
It is. It's like Los Angeles or New York is. You know,
Right.
it's a progressive city, right? So obviously they'll be more inclined to want peace. But
I know a rare fact check on this show. I don't even need to step
ultimately
in.
what happened on October 7th that we didn't talk about is that a ton of the peace activists, like most of them, lived on the southern border specifically so they could help people in Gaza. They would drive people across the border to the hospital. They would help people get to and from work. They were advocating, you know, they were doing what they could as individuals to help facilitate peace. And many of them, you hear their stories time and time again, were just murdered, slaughtered by Hamas. And I think that's part of what really jaded the Israeli public too, is like, look what happens when you want to support peace. You know, obviously,
the high point was in 2012.
Obviously, that's not, I don't think, the right conclusion, but that was.
Ethan's like, wow, so people really came to fascist conclusions. Let me repeat the talking points and the mentality on how they got to that fascist point, that fascist position. Obviously, I don't think that's correct, but I mean, we should point it out anyway. Okay. Seems like you care about that point a little bit more than you want to let on.
Was their conclusion. It's like all the people that wanted peace were murdered by Hamas.
See, like I have.
Oh my God, dude. Now this is a special propaganda talking point. Ethan saying, oh no, Israel was actually a very peaceful place, but all of the people that wanted peace were murdered, and then all that was left was the people that didn't want peace, and that's why Israel's so genocidal. I mean, it's like a catch-20. It's a catch-22. So Ethan thinks the 1,200 people that died on October 7th was like the margin that was holding Israel back from doing a full-blown genocide.
You know, friends or family even that will say that they don't believe there's an innocent Israeli. And
I love how even in the polling data for Israeli supporting genocide, Ethan says actually it's Hamas's fault, which made the Israelis which made the majority of Israelis want to do genocide because they killed all of the people. So they really shifted the stats. They killed all of the people that were pro-peace. That's a mind-bendingly beautiful piece of Hasbro propaganda.
I think obviously stuff like that is super dangerous, and
I agree.
I'll never agree with that. But in terms of, like, you know, the Pew research is often what's referenced, and again, Sam brought that up, that there was only 19% of people in May in Israel from the poll who thought that it went too far. And
I got to see that poll.
Yeah,
that was from May?
Yeah, it was from May 2024. This is often referenced.
It's a little old, but I don't know if that's changed. Let's see.
Well, it's May tomorrow, so it's basically a year old, right?
Yeah.
I think, like, I totally agree that the public is way too comfortable and complicit in all this. I think the question of do they want to end the war? I think this is.
Bro, this is crazy. Ethan's mental gymnastics with this is nutty. He's like, all right, just I'll let this play, but he says that the been about right category actually means they want to end the war in Gaza. Like, listen to this. This motherfucker's nutty.
I mean, yeah, it's disturbing. You know what I mean? But let me see what this says. Israelis are divided over the country's military response. Percent who say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has gone too far. been about right, not gone far enough, which is crazy, right? That's crazy. These are the radicals for sure. I think people who are like, yeah, it's been about right. It's more like, again, I'm maybe, you know, people say I'm being too optimistic. I see that as like, we've done enough. And like, we've done everything we can do.
Yeah, but at that point, in May, like they've already done so much.
I'm saying the people are saying, yeah, right. Like ideally, looking at it objectively, you would say it's gone too far. But to, you know, be charitable, I think a lot of people who are saying it's been about right are trying to say that the war should end. We've done the right amount of it, and let's just end the war. I mean, not gone enough, far enough. 34% is fucking bananas, obviously. Like, percentage who will say Israel will.
Bro, it's pretty clearly like, nah, this level of attacking is fine. And then the people that say they haven't gone far enough is like, no, we should ramp up the attacking. It's not let's end it. That's the people that are saying it's gone too far. God, this guy's crazy.
Blank in achieving its goals in the war. Definitely fail, probably succeed, definitely succeed, 40%. So, I mean, people in Israel have faith that they'll succeed. I don't even know.
That same one from back in May?
This is from March 3rd to April 4th, 24.
2024, okay, got it.
Yeah. I don't know where the war was or what it was happening back then. I think that might have been during the time of like the hot war.
Yeah, I'm not
which
sure.
I think tensions were even more peaked at that time. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's disturbing. I don't deny that. But I also despise the way that, you know, Sam talks about the, you know, I don't see it being productive being like Israelis are evil. I don't see the point of saying that. Like, and it's like, well, what?
He literally never said that. He just said that when you say Netanyahu's government doesn't represent the majority of Israelis, you're lying. That's what he's doing.
What do you want to do about it? You say the majority of Israelis want civilians to die, and it's like, why do they think that? You know, it's just like, well, I don't know, but they're evil. They just don't care. They're just callous. I mean, look, human beings are human beings everywhere. You know, a lot of leftists don't want to engage in humanizing Israelis. They just don't want to do it because, right, like what's happening in Gaza is awful, and they think that it's insignificant in comparison.
A lot of leftists don't want to engage in humanizing Israelis. Humanizing Israelis. Why are they being dehumanized? Oh my God, this motherfucker. They're all, literally the entire news apparatus, the entire government of the United States is geared towards supporting Israel. Go fuck yourself. We need to do a better job of humanizing Israelis to end the conflict. Shut the fuck up.
I understand where they're coming from, of course. But I believe that both are important. And obviously, again, the totality of what's happening in Gaza is not in dispute about which is like more. But I do think that it's important. And I care about Israel and I care about Israelis. You know, that's it.
Yeah, why is it important? Why? Is it going to Palestinians? Oh, great, thanks. Want to watch me fire a bazooka into a house full of children? No, can you not do that? Nope. Like, what are you talking about, dude? The only reason you're saying that is because you care about Israel, because you lived there and you identify with it. You think it's a part of yourself. That's why you want people to humanize Israelis, but it has nothing to do with ending this conflict or the war, as you put it.
So I choose to see the good and to see the optimistic, and like obviously I have no effect over what the public thinks about the war. I'm not fucking living there. When I was living there, I voted against Netanyahu. And by the way, Netanyahu lost the popular vote. He only won because he made a coalition with some psychopath like ultranationalists. But the left party, when I voted, won the popular vote. But because of the parliamentary system, where you make coalitions to get over 50%, they were unable to secure the victory.
I think Netanyahu may be the devil. Like honestly, even his voice.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward this a bit.
People dying is just over the years. Hasan is pathetically typing in our chat again. I can talk now or Friday. I don't care. Up to you. Please don't try to bring a band. Bro, don't worry. I'm not doing that. You're afraid I'm going to bring on Destiny? That's stupid. I'm not going to do that.
Stop.
I promise you, Hasan, I will not bring on Destiny. In fact, the people here will not allow me to bring on Destiny.
Fuck no.
Okay, so Ethan's saying I'm not going to bring on Destiny.
I promise you, Hasan is pathetically typing in our chat again. I can talk now or Friday. I don't care. Up to you. Please don't try to bring a band. Bro, don't worry. I'm not doing that. You're afraid I'm going to bring on Destiny? That's stupid.
Yeah, why don't you talk now, Ethan? Why don't you talk with Hasan now?
I'm not going to do that.
Stop.
I promise you, Hasan, I will not bring on Destiny. In fact, the people here will not allow me to bring on Destiny.
Fuck no.
I'm interested, Hasan, in being honest. You know, I'm going to take back what I said about you pathetically in the chat, okay? I'm going to be gracious
He
here.
was bravely typing in our chat.
Bravely typing in our chat. I'm not interested in trickery. As you can see at my conversation with Sam, I want to have an honest conversation with you, and that's what I plan to do on Friday.
Bro, you lied about every single position you had during the conversation with Sam, and then immediately after the conversation with Sam, you lied about what Sam said. Like, literally immediately after, you were lying about what Sam was saying to try to change the narrative and save your own ass.
So, you know, that's where I'm at. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not doing that.
So it's like, don't worry, I'm not going to bring
By the way,
on
and
Destiny.
this is why I prefaced what I was saying was I'm not an expert. Finding polling, I was wrong saying that support for a two-state solution was at a high. It looks like it kind of plateaued around 55% in.
Guys, Ethan Klein tests the waters on how his fans feel about him not talking to Hasan tomorrow. Guys, we no longer need this Hasan convo. @Rich Lux has made the final decision. Who is this
Hasan the
person?
grifter. Hey guys, it's Rich Lux here reporting at the news station. I want to say that Hasan is a grifter and a fake socialist. And Ethan Klein was right, guys. Ethan Klein was right. So you'll catch me tonight on the news talking about Hasan the grifter and how Ethan Klein was right all along. All right, love you guys. It's Rich Lux. Here we go.
Oh, this person has issues. So what is this? Ethan actually is going to back out of this debate with Hasan? That would be so precious if he does that. How many times will he use the button tomorrow? Well, he can't use the button because Hasan is streaming it on his end. Okay, what do we got here? Petition to flash his, like, listen guys, Hasan said, if you put Destiny on, I'm not going to be able to do this conversation. And now all of the fan guys, all of the fanboys are being like, put Destiny on, please put Destiny on. They literally don't even want Ethan to have a productive conversation with
a hating ass
Hasan.
bitch with ugly eyebrows and no lips coming after you. That's what you have to remember.
This is one of the biggest, most influential.
Sam Seder was visibly more angry. Oh, Sam Seder's
School,
angry.
when I played Ariel. So
I need to mute this shit. What else do we have? Debate off. Hasan Piker cancels the debate held at Denny's like a coward. What the fuck is this? A statement on this Friday's debate with at Hasan the Sun, having this person pretend to cancel the debate too? Why? Like, they're acting like Ethan's actually going to cancel the debate. Anyway, is there anything else that I actually want to watch on here? What is this? Rich Lux. What is this? Ethan mogging Sam Seder.
Spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you.
Any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should...
No, we saw this. We don't need to rewatch that. Is there anything else interesting on here? Hey, thank you, Nola Magnolia. Their audience is genuinely so funny and silly. The joke flew over their head. There was no cancellation. I follow Hasan on Twitter. None of that was posted. No, they're just joking. They're like, oh, wouldn't it be hilarious if Hasan... Wouldn't it be hilarious if Hasan ducked out of this? Anyway, guys, I think we're gonna cover this the rest tomorrow. I've been going for over 4 hours now. So, guys, I'm gonna call it. Thank you so much for all of the gifted subs, all of the super chats, all of the normal chats, and even if you were just watching along and enjoying the stream without interacting, that's awesome too. Yeah, thanks everyone. We're gonna see if we have some shit to cover tomorrow, or if we don't. Either way, it'll be fun. I'll talk to you later, everyone. Have a great rest of your night, and come on, only 4 hours. Come on. Maybe we'll see if there's any more funny recaps on here. Maybe I'll try to farm some reactions from like Lonerbox or Hutch or something like that. But anyway, guys, I'll talk to you later. I gotta go. You guys gotta go, and let's all peace out. See ya.